Mu Qianxiang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yin Xiaodao fall off the stage. That was close. I initially did not want to use this move, but I did not expect to be forced out here. Mu Qianxiang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yin Xiaodao fall off the stage. That was close. I initially did not want to use this move, but I did not expect to be forced out here. It was a Stonies. Plussing that she was able to release 6 such strange swords. But she was actually not a real weapon. Just like Lung Yulan, she had condensed them using her own divine power, and some cultivators were even able to condense their own portion of the divine power into a divine weapon in times of danger. The next round would be drawing lots. As long as they could obtain the victory of the next round, then 2 spots would be determined. Then, the 2 people who had lost would fight another round, and they would obtain the final spot. Qin Xiang and Mu Qianxiang had both entered the next round, and were drawing lots with 2 men who looked extremely similar. You 2 are brothers? Qin Xiang asked curiously. The 2 men looked handsome and wore white clothes. They both smiled and nodded. After drawing lots, Qin Xiang actually did not fight with Mu Qianxiang, but chose to be modest and polite with one of the men. The big brother's name was Zhou Qiang, and the little brother's name was Zhou Sheng. Qin Xiang understood that the strength of the divine city was also not bad, and the city lord was also a rare genius. This was what he had heard from W.A. and G. Genes, H.I. Plus and Yen Xilin, and they did not know much about it either. Qin Xiang and Mu Qianxiang had 4 hours of rest. At this time, Yen Xilin and the others were also gathering various information on their opponents, but they didn't gain anything. We noticed their fight just now. These 2 are very strong, and they won easily, or their opponents were too weak, so we couldn't force them to use their strongest power. In short, their fight ended very quickly, and their opponents wouldn't be able to last 3 moves. Duan Sanchong said. The 2 brothers were also the highlight of today's match. Mu Qianxiang said, Brother, as long as we win this fight, we will be able to fight. Lung Yulan laughed. Xiaoxiang, don't hide it from the beginning. Use your strongest strength as soon as possible to prevent yourself from being defeated like me, who has yet to unleash my true strength. Mu Qianxiang nodded his head, but Chen Xiang was a little worried. That pair of brothers of the Zhou family seemed to be not bad, and they were also very talkative, giving pointers to the people who lost to them just now, making them feel extremely respectful to them. I have been to the great Zhou Empire once, and this divine city existed since long ago. Every time there was a crisis, this divine city would mysteriously disappear. Penalty, Heavenly G, O.D. said. This city lord is a good person. I have come into contact with him twice, and it is all because someone ran to his divine city with me as my captor. I am only greeting him. He will bring the person I am capturing here soon. These 2 brothers aren't simple. Several of their opponents were not bad, but they were not able to withstand 3 moves. Furthermore, from the beginning to the end, they didn't use any techniques. All of them were very simple punches and kicks. Gu Dongqin said, What's strange is that the power they are using is not the kind of fierce physical body power, nor is it divine power with an attribute. What exactly is the power they're using? Devil-killing Heavenly G.O.D. shook his head. I can't tell either, but it might be because their father created some kind of powerful divine technique, or he obtained it from somewhere. After cultivating it, he would be able to obtain that kind of power. Qin Xiang used the Tao Heart Eye to look at the Zhou brothers. Surprisingly, he did not find any obvious energy flowing through their bodies. You err. What do you think of those 2 brothers? Did you notice them on the side just now? Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Yuer. Qin Xiang used the Tao Heart Eye to sweep across everyone present, and more or less, could see the obvious trajectory of the energy in these people's bodies. Qin Xiang felt that he should have already seen it. It was just that the power was transparent, so he could see the power of the semi-transparent state of the mist. Unknowingly, it was time for the break. The 2 matches would be held at the same time. Yuer replied, I didn't discover anything. Unless they can use more of that power, their strength and aura aren't very obvious. Qin Xiang was sparring with his big brother Zhou Qiang. After walking onto the stage, he forcefully smiled and said, "Brother Shin, I've heard a lot about you. It's my honor to be able to fight with you today, even if I lose." "Brother Zhou, don't be so modest. To be able to reach this step, you must have extraordinary strength." Qin Xiang replied with a smile. "Begin." Qin Xiang knew that Zhou Qiang usually only defeated him in 3 moves, so he was extremely cautious from the start and used a very conservative method to let his opponent attack first. The strongest, indeed, was the first to attack. It looked like he had only taken a few light steps, but in Qin Xiang's eyes his movement skills were extremely strange, and he was actually dazzled by it. What is this movement technique? Qin Xiang released the spatial perception domain, which accurately sensed the movements of everyone around him. However, at this moment, he felt that there were 7 to 8 Zhou Qiang on stage, having been here from all directions, but he could only see one Zhou Qiang. "There's one more up there." Qin Xiang was shocked. In that moment of danger, he found a gap and dodged all the attacks from Zhou Qiang. Qin Xiang was completely shocked in his heart. No matter if he was using his eyes or the divine soul floating in the air, all he saw was a single Zhou Qiang. However, 7 or 8 of them suddenly appeared just now. Qin Xiang dodged, but Mu Qianxiang, who was on the other stage, did not. With just 2 shouts, Mu Qianxiang was pushed off the stage, with a face of confusion. It was clear that she had met with the same situation as Qin Xiang. As expected of Qin Xiang, he actually dodged the first move. Those below who had fought with Zhou Qiang before cried out in alarm. They had all experienced that kind of extremely strange attack, and although they had clearly dodged it, they were still struck by this strange attack, which was followed by the second move, and were blasted off the stage. Mu Qianxiang had already finished her battle and was defeated by Zhou Sheng in 2 moves, which made Mu Qianxiang extremely unwilling, but she could not say anything, because the other party had used her own strength to defeat him. Hearing the discussions of the others, she knew that the 2 brothers had grasped the strange offensive movement technique. "Xiao Xiang, what happened just now?" Lung Yulan asked anxiously. The 3 teachers, W.A. and G genes, H.I. plus by Yu and by Ziqian, were extremely curious to know about Mu Qianxiang's strength. "There were at least 4 guys attacking me from 4 directions just now, and they were very fast too. I only managed to dodge 2, and then I was H.I.T. The next second move was the same as well. I didn't dodge them and was already hit." Mu Qianxiang frowned and looked at Qin Xiang's stage. "You are truly worthy of being my brother, to actually be able to avoid such an attack unscathed." When Zhou Qiang saw that Qin Xiang was able to dodge his first move, his face revealed a look of shock. "Brother Shin is truly amazing. He has fought with me before, and has never been able to avoid my first move, your first person." When Zhou Qiang saw that Qin Xiang was able to dodge his first move, his face revealed a look of shock. "Brother Shin is truly amazing. He has fought with me before, and has never been able to avoid my first move, your first person." "You're too kind. You're very powerful. This is the first time I've encountered such a technique." Qin Xiang laughed. He was also secretly curious what kind of technique Zhou Qiang was using. Not only was his movement skill so strange and powerful, the power he was using was also very mysterious. "Look at this." Zhou Qiang laughed lightly, shouted, and rushed towards Qin Xiang once again. 16, double the number. Qin Xiang was shocked once again. 16 Zhou Qiang, who had the same strength, attacked from 16 different directions. It was difficult for him to find a blind spot to dodge. Qin Xiang looked at Zhou Qiang, who was Russ. H.I. plussing over in front of him. He himself also flew over, raised his fist, and channeled meteor immortal power to attack him. He was very sure that his fist was on Zhou Qiang's face because he could feel the warmth of his skin. But just as he was about to touch Zhou Qiang suddenly disappeared. He missed. He dodged it, but it was definitely impossible because I already touched his face. There's no way he could have dodged it in that instant. What exactly is going on? When Chen Xiang threw out his punch, he had already activated his heavenly elephant constellation and used cloud and heavenly elephant, causing his body to instantly become like a cloud. Just as he had guessed, the moment he punched, attack power from all directions. Tia's body, as though they were being attacked by dozens of Zhou Qiang-s at the same time. However, those fists seemed to have been struck by clouds and were unable to harm Qin Xiang's body. It was hard for Qin Xiang to understand why the Zhou Qiang he just attacked had disappeared and was now right behind him. He noticed that there were no marks left on Zhou Qiang's face from the punch he received. Zhou Qiang attacked Qin Xiang the second time, but did not harm him either. He retreated to the side of the fighting stage and looked at Chen Xiang with furrowed brows, because he knew that he had met a strong opponent. Chen Xiang only had 4 divine deity and 2 less than him. Just what is going on with this guy? His face was T by my brother's fist, but he was able to quickly dodge and attack my brother from behind. Lung Yulan said as he frowned. Just now it was indeed very strange, and many people saw it clearly. It was like a blade suddenly chopping down on a demon beast. The speed of the chopping motion was very fast. The blade edge had already cut into the skin of the demon beast. But the demon beast suddenly dodged and rushed from the back, violently attacking. I see. Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Yuer. Yuer, if you knew how to grasp the laws of time and use some techniques, would you be able to do what you've just done? That's right, this fellow is using the law of time. Yuer replied, this is an extremely rare law energy. Although it is everywhere, the people who grasp it are very few. In the past, when Chen Xiang used the demurdering sword techniques and the speed of his 7 devil-slain kung fu to change, he also had this kind of state. It could create 2 different types of time in the same P, A, C, and then produce an effect, which would then cause the other person's movements to become very slow while himself became very fast. In this way, in the eyes of outsiders, an inconceivable speed would appear. Zhou Qiang, on the other hand, was even more proficient in using the power of time. He who was able to split a few periods of time and then use these few people to quickly attack, and the one who was injured could immediately recover before being injured. Chen Xiang only had a very vague idea of how to use time to attack. He did not know the specifics, but the 2 brothers, Zhou Qiang, were not only able to control the power of the time laws, they also had some methods to use it, which was why it looked so strange. We've encountered a powerful opponent. Chen Xiang didn't know why, but he felt a kind of secret excitement in his heart. All he knew was that the Azure Dragon controlled the time laws. But because of so many reasons, he couldn't even meet with the Azure Dragon once, and could only ask him about the power of time. Now that he had encountered one, and was even able to be his opponent, if he had fought a match, then he would definitely have a better understanding of the power of the time laws. Looks like there's only one way to defeat him. Qin Xiang took a small breath. Zhou Qiang also felt that he had met a strong opponent. This was the first time he had met someone who was not only unscathed after 2 moves, but also capable of injuring a time clone. It's the power of time. After that, he said what he had seen and said, which was more or less what Qin Xiang had thought just now. There were also disciples in the crowd who were experienced and knowledgeable, because Chen Xiang was the first person to probe out Zhou Qiang's strength. From the strange situation before, some people inferred that it was the power of the time laws. Many people did not understand, but those who understood found this difficult to decipher because the other side controlled time. If their bodies were to continuously return to a situation where they did not consume any energy, nor were they injured, wouldn't that mean that they were invincible and would never waste energy? Previously, Chen Xiang had also used a similar method to treat his wounds, and it was indeed very useful, but his control over time was not strong enough, so he rarely tried it again. This place is indeed a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. I didn't expect it to be seen through so quickly. Zhou Qiang smiled slightly. Brother Shin, I hope that you do not disappoint me. Let me see how capable you are. All right. After Chen Xiang said this word, he immediately released an even stronger power of the spatial laws that formed ASPAC domain. This allowed him to more clearly control his surroundings' movements. SPAC domain, huh? Not bad, not bad. Zhou Qiang looked around. Although the SPAC domain was invisible, he could feel it. Not long after Qin Xiang released the SPAC domain, he felt that something was wrong because his SPAC domain did not seem to be here. This feeling was very strange because even though he had released the SPAC domain, his domain had not appeared and had not been broken. Time domain. Make the time on the stage compare to before my SPAC domain. This way my SPAC domain will have no effect. Chen Xiang frowned. His power of the spatial laws was actually suppressed. That's right, your SPAC domain is still here, but it's not on this stage. The stage that your SPAC domain covered is still here, but you can't see because it's already been covered by the stage. Zhou Qiang laughed bitterly. Perhaps this is a little complicated, but to put it simply, the past, future, and now can all be folded together. And this stage is just like the past, while your SPAC domain is covered with the present, which I have hidden. Lang Yulan scratched his head. It's so complicated. Yuetra said, It's more difficult to understand. The fighting stage that we are now seeing is a few hours away. At that time, there are no SPAC domain, and Qin Xiang is continuing to use the SPAC domain on the stage. Then, as long as Zhou Qiang can push the time forward, the SPAC domain disappeared again. Mu Qianxiang said, Doesn't that mean they can easily make people older or younger? Mu Qianxiang said, Doesn't that mean they can easily make people older or younger? Zhou Sheng, who was beside her, shook his head and laughed. Of course not. The only thing we can use the power of the time laws is our own body, or something that doesn't have any life in them, such as a stone or metal. Our control over the law of time is only on the skin of our hands. It was just that the situation was so dire that no one could think of a way to break it. Chen Xiang had already given up on using his spatial energy, because the other party could control time to control the changes in this SPAC. It's the Heavenly Dragon's seal. Lang Yulan suddenly shouted. Although Chen Xiang had not used it for a long time, his speed was still much faster than before, and could almost release it in an instant. In the air above the fighting stage, hundreds of dragons roared ferociously like lightning and hacked down continuously. Just as the first attack landed on Zhou Qiang's head, it suddenly disappeared. What? Qin Xiang looked at the condensed qi vortex in the sky and suddenly disappeared. I just sent it to another time slot, he. Zhou Qiang laughed, and then he disappeared. Once again, he controlled the time difference between him and others, allowing himself to achieve an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he appeared and attacked Qin Xiang from all directions. Qin Xiang's body turned into a scorching sun that was as hot as billowing magma. At the same time, he also poured all of the fire energy within the fourth divine deity out, forming an extremely scorching barrier that was connected to him. When Zhou Qiang attacked him from all directions, he struck the scorching sun, heavenly elephant, and the scorching SHI plus ELD of qi, and immediately retreated. He could not endure the scorching heat. What a powerful flame power! Zhou Qiang was unable to directly control the power that was tightly connected to Qin Xiang to undergo the change in time. The hand that he had struck Qin Xiang's abdomen earlier was already burnt red. However, he quickly recovered. Clearly, he had used a change in time at the place where he was scalded to produce a change in time. It was now the time when he was not injured. Chen Xiang suddenly realized that Zhou Qiang's own strength was not very strong. If not, he would not be scalded by his defense. What was more powerful about Zhou Qiang was that he was using time to increase his own speed while making other people's attacks useless, and was able to produce multiple time clones to attack him, but his true strength was not very strong. There's simply no solution. If this goes on, Chen Xiang will be exhausted sooner or later, and his attacks are getting stranger and stranger. He might even have some tricks up his sleeve. Zhu Rong said, "Although I don't know what kind of attack time can make, I do know that it can dissolve a very strong power. This talent is too terrifying." Duan Sanchong said, "Zhou Qiang also felt a headache because Chen Xiang was like a hedgehog right now. He had no way to start attacking him, and he knew his own weakness, which was that his attack power was too weak, causing him to be unable to break through Chen Xiang's defense." Chen Xiang had told Lu Menger and the others before that even if he did not have a profound clothing, he would still be able to possess an extremely terrifying defense by relying on his celestial phenomenon art. When Zhou Qiang attacked again, Chen Xiang still did not move, but used defense instead. When Zhou Qiang's fist struck his body did not become as hot as the blazing sun. Instead, it produced icy, cold power. What shocked Zhou Qiang the most was that his fist actually stuck tightly onto Chen Xiang's body, because he had already been frozen by an extremely strong chill, causing him to be unable to pull his fist back from Chen Xiang's chest. The frightening thing was that the extremely strong suction force produced by Chen Xiang's body made it even harder for him to struggle free. Chen Xiang smiled slightly. The meteor immortal power that he had been preparing for a long time started to surge violently in his left arm. His fist was like a burning iron fist, fiercely SMAs. H.I. plussing towards Zhou Qiang's face. Boom! Chen Xiang's divine fist, which was produced by the meteor immortal power, struck Zhou Qiang's face, causing brilliant sparks to fly. Zhou Qiang also cried out in pain. The bones on his face had also cracked, and Chen Xiang's fist was truly very berserk. When Zhu Rong saw this, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Boom! Chen Xiang quickly punched again. Sparks once again flew from Zhou Qiang's swollen face, and half of his face was a tragic sight to behold. However, his fist was still glued to Chen Xiang's body, unable to be pulled out. At the same time period, it is impossible for several of you to appear, and since you are in contact with other life forms, your time clone cannot be replaced with you. As Chen Xiang said this, he threw out his third punch, using the meteor immortal power to carry out 3 consecutive punches that caused Zhou Qiang to feel dizzy. Ah! Suddenly, Zhou Qiang screamed in pain. Blood spurted out from his arm. He had actually broken off one of his own arms. That way he could separate himself from Chen Xiang. If not, he would have been punched a few more times. He would have been defeated. After Zhou Qiang left Chen Xiang, he immediately controlled the time, so that his face back to before he was beaten up and his arm back to that time as well, so he was fine again. However, that pain was already deeply imprinted in his memories, making him feel fear just thinking about it. Chen Xiang looked at the broken arm on his chest. It had actually disappeared, probably destroyed by Zhou Qiang using the power of the time laws. There's no need at all, Yun Xiaodao said. Seeing that he has the upper hand, Zhou Qiang was even punched a few times, but in the blink of an eye he has turned back into a normal person. Zhou Xing said, Chen Xiang is too terrifying. We have never met such an opponent. If my big brother wants to win, it won't be easy, and we do not know how long this battle will last. Mu Qianxiang scoffed. You two brothers are clearly relying on your talent to bully others. But then again, if you guys were to fight with L Devil Emperor and the rest don't lose. If Zhou Qiang lost to Chen Xiang, then victory would be determined with Mu Qianxiang. Mu Qianxiang felt that he would not be able to win against Zhou Qiang, this abnormal guy. Chen Xiang, your strength is truly frightening. I can't compare to you in this aspect, but I must beat you. Zhou Qiang said firmly, if you continue to raise your strength and break through my defenses, not being affected by the spiritual power of the attributes, you will become even more powerful. Chen Xiang laughed. I will definitely win this battle. Thank you for your advice. Once Zhou Qiang finished speaking, he rushed towards Qin Xiang once again. This time his speed was even faster, and he even used the profound mysteries of time, making the time on the stage continuously change. This way, the sensing power Qin Xiang released would be affected, and it would be difficult to determine his direction. The only problem he had was trying to break Qin Xiang's terrifying defense, but he had already found a way. Multiple time overlaps. Qin Xiang had already sensed it. This was equivalent to multiple powers combining together. He estimated that it would probably be around the 16th stage, and this kind of power would be extremely terrifying. This time, Zhou Qiang was also betting everything on one throw, because he knew that delaying would be disadvantageous for him, and Qin Xiang would discover his weakness. This time, Zhou Qiang was also betting everything on one throw, because he knew that delaying would be disadvantageous for him, and Qin Xiang would discover his weakness. Because it was multiple powers, when they overlapped each other, it would produce a very strong energy fluctuation. Qin Xiang could clearly feel that if this energy were to hit his body, he would probably be severely injured. So suddenly, an yin-yang array appeared beneath his feet. Zhou Qiang's time clones that were hiding in the surroundings suddenly slowed down a little when they rushed towards Qin Xiang. What's going on? Zhou Qiang was shocked. He never thought that the time clones he controlled would suddenly be slowed down by Qin Xiang by a little, causing them to be unable to merge together. This was something he did not expect. He thought that it would be like what happened just now. Qin Xiang had once again released cold energy to bind his arm. He had already prepared for the possibility of losing an arm, but Qin Xiang had disappeared, leaving him panicking in his heart. When Qin Xiang, who had disappeared, once again appeared, Zhou Qiang felt a powerful force colliding into his back, causing his entire body to feel intense pain, especially the divine sense C, which trembled violently. Qin Xiang then used the divine sense C to attack him. Not good. Zhou Qiang quickly adjusted his condition to remove the pain from his body, but he discovered that he had fallen out of the fighting arena. This was something he had learned from the demurdering sword techniques and the 7 devil-slain kung fu. Only then would he be able to defeat Zhou Qiang. The power of the time laws Zhou Qiang had used was transformed from the power of the divine sense C, and as long as his divine sense C was unable to circulate his energy for a short period of time, he would be unable to use the power of time. Zhou Qiang looked at Qin Xiang, who was on the stage, and was left speechless. He had thought that he would be able to defeat Qin Xiang, but he did not expect to be defeated so quickly by Qin Xiang. He was very clear on what had happened in that instant. Zhou Qiang actually lost, but looking at him, he should still be able to continue fighting. It's just that the rule is that he will be able to continue fighting if he falls, but if he continues, it'll be hard to say who will win in the end. Qin Xiang is also very strong. Zhou Qiang hasn't defeated him for so long. On the contrary, he himself has been defeated. Right now, we have already determined 2 spots, namely Zhou Sheng and Qin Xiang. Next, Zhou Qiang will decide on a 3rd spot with Mu Qianxiang. It must be Zhou Qiang's. Mu Qianxiang lost to Zhou Sheng in the last 2 moves, and even little brother couldn't beat him. So big brother's loss must be faster. Although Zhou Qiang had lost, he had lost wholeheartedly and wholeheartedly. He knew that Qin Xiang had also concealed a very powerful strength, and the power that had disturbed his multiple clones just now was inconceivable to him. Even though I lost to Brother Shin, I will definitely be able to fight with Qin Xiang against L Devil Emperor, and the rest in the end. Zhou Qiang chuckled because he felt that he would have no suspense if he were to fight Mu Qianxiang right now. Bro, I give up. I'm not as good as you are, Mu Qianxiang said with a bitter face. Her power was not weak. She had only met people who knew how to use their strange time and energy. Zhou Qiang laughed out loud. If that's the case, then that's for the best. Of course, I feel that Miss Mu should also go all out. Qin Xiang smiled faintly and said to Mu Qianxiang, Qianxiang, I'll teach you a move. Maybe you really will defeat him. But first, I have to ask you, did you see through his weakness just now? This caused Zhou Qiang and Zhou Sheng to be slightly shocked. They themselves could not think of anyone else other than Qin Xiang who could defeat them. Mu Qianxiang had already fought with Zhou Sheng and was defeated in 2 moves. Their mysterious power is not very strong. Perhaps it's because they are controlling the laws of time, so the strength of the mysterious power is not high. Just now, he was unable to break through your defense, and you can see it. Mu Qianxiang said. Basically, everyone present could see that. Not bad. Is there anything else? Qun Xiang asked again. Everyone I see, kept up their ears. They wanted to hear if Zhou Qiang had any other weaknesses, and that way, if they fought with these 2 brothers again in the future, they might be able to win. Mu Qianxiang frowned, thought for a while, and then shook his head. No, I can't see any other weaknesses. Zhou Qiang frowned and said, Chen Xiang, if you discover any other weaknesses, please tell me. You can say them out in front of the crowd. I'm not afraid of everyone knowing. I am afraid that I do not know. This way I can make up for it in the future. One more thing. When you use the power of time, as long as you are slightly affected by the time interference from the outside world, you will be in serious trouble. Qin Xiang said, Initially, you had planned to use the combined power of 16 avatars of time to attack me, but after being disturbed by me, the fusion had failed, and it had even consumed a lot of your energy. Zhou Qiang nodded his head. That's right, but not everyone can interfere with my time. I'm still very curious about how Qin Xiang did it, so logically speaking, you should need to use your time and energy to do it. The infinite refining that Qin Xiang used was able to absorb various types of energy to refine it. After releasing the infinite refining, he circulated it to the limit and absorbed a little of the time power that Zhou Qiang released. But this actually caused a great deal of disturbance to Zhou Qiang. Mu Qianxiang pouted and said, Brother, then tell me how to disturb his time. I can't even do it if you tell me. Qun Xiang pinched her face and laughed. He still has another fatal weakness. I will quietly tell you. Zhou Chang's and Zhou Xing's expression changed. They completely believed what Qin Xiang had said. The fatal weakness that Qin Xiang had mentioned was definitely fatal. Brother Xin, can you tell me more about it? Zhou Qiang asked quickly. You'll know after the match between Qin Xiang and yourself. Whether you win or lose, you'll know. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. Originally, I planned to use it a moment ago, but I somewhat have a bit of selfishness in mind. I want Qin Xiang to win against you. Qin Xiang's recognized sister is indeed very strong. If I do not use my time and energy, I'm afraid I won't be able to take 10 of her attacks. Zhou Chang's face was now very serious. It seemed that he would have to use all his strength in the next round. After resting, Mu Qianxiang and Zhou Qiang walked up the stage. Everyone was looking forward to the battle, because they had already known that Qin Xiang would teach Mu Qianxiang and let him defeat Zhou Qiang. Just now, Xin S.H.I. Plus had told Mu Qianxiang sound transmission and told him the way to defeat Zhou Qiang. From the start, Mu Qianxiang had brandished both of his hands, releasing hundreds of small swords that flew in all directions. All of these small swords were condensed from the mysterious power. Their power was extremely terrifying, able to easily penetrate skin of beasts, and even exploded when they entered. From the start, Mu Qianxiang had brandished both of his hands, releasing hundreds of small swords that flew in all directions. All of these small swords were condensed from the mysterious power. Their power was extremely terrifying, able to easily penetrate skin of beasts, and even exploded when they entered. Zhou Qiang had also used a skillful time clone to attack Mu Qianxiang from multiple directions from the very beginning. But because Mu Qianxiang had continuously released those small flying swords, his time clone had been obstructed. You're too slow. Mu Qianxiang could feel the energy that was approaching him from other times, so the moment it got close to her, she immediately dodged. The reason why Zhou Qiang was slow was also because of the small flying swords, because he wanted to use the time energy to make those flying swords disappear. Zhou Chang's first attack did not hit Mu Qianxiang, but his second attack immediately started as well. After Mu Qianxiang dodged the attack, he immediately used the mysterious power to condense a chain to bind Zhou Qiang. It's useless. As soon as Zhou Qiang finished speaking, he changed the time, and the chain in Mu Qianxiang's hand suddenly disappeared. Because the entire SPAC was controlled by Zhou Qiang, he only needed to return the time before the chains condensed, and the chain would disappear. Sure enough, when Mu Qianxiang saw that Zhou Qiang had attacked again, she locked onto Zhou Qiang's original body and once again swung out a chain towards him. Zhou Qiang did not expect that after Mu Qianxiang had failed just now, he would still return. When he felt the chains flying towards him, he immediately brought the time of this SPAC back to how it was before. At this time, he also released multiple time clones, all of which attacked Mu Qianxiang from different directions. However, this time he couldn't turn Mu Qianxiang's chain into nothingness. Haha, I'm trapped. She then quickly ran around Zhou Qiang, and in the blink of an eye, she had already tied Zhou Qiang up into a dumpling. What's going on? Zhou Qiang was tied up by the chains and was unable to move. He frantically circulated the power of time, wanting to make the Ned chains on his body disappear, but to no avail. He was sure that the time in this SPAC before the chains came out was when the chains would no longer exist. But he did not. Zhou Qiang had already failed twice, and this caused him to be greatly shocked. As expected, Qin Xiang discovered a fatal weakness in his body. Mu Qianxiang immediately rushed up, channeled his mysterious power, and struck the chain with his palm, releasing a strong impact that sent Zhou Qiang flying out. Zhou Qiang lost even faster this time, and was even defeated by Mu Qianxiang. Zhou Sheng, who was watching from below the stage, was stunned. Mu Qianxiang, who had just been defeated by him in 2 moves, had now also defeated his brother in a very short amount of time. I won. Mu Qianxiang was extremely excited. Gu Dongqin frowned. What did this girl do? Logically speaking, Zhou Qiang should have destroyed her chain, but he did not succeed. The devil-killing Heavenly Ji also found it hard to understand. Zhou Qiang failed both times when he tried, and it was clear that he was unable to control the time change on the chain. What the hell is going on? Even though Zhou Qiang lost, what he cared the most about was how Mu Qianxiang actually did it, because this was a fatal weakness. Zhou Sheng also wanted to know, Brother Xin, please tell us that if you are able to discover our fatal weakness, you will be our great benefactor. Zhou Qiang said, Our father told us before that we have a great weakness, but he was unwilling to tell us. He wanted us to understand it for ourselves. Qin Xiang said as he laughed, Your father should have told you guys this earlier, because that way you wouldn't have to rely too much on the power of time. Just now, the chains Qin Xiang released were not very strong, so it isn't difficult for a person with 6 divine deity to break free from them. Secondly, you said before, your time laws are unable to control life forms other than yourself. Just now, Qin Xiang's chain was wrapped with multiple strands of her hair. Even though those hairs had already left her body, they are still flesh and blood to you. Your time energy cannot affect the change of her hair, so you did not succeed. Qin Xiang said, Of course, if it's at the extreme, I can directly use the power of blood to defeat you. How did you think of using your hair? Zhou Qiang took a deep breath. As long as his power merged with his life form, then the power of time would not be able to change it. Qin Xiang laughed. Because of the power of your time, the compet. 1. Tian's stage has returned a few times, and even some of the sand on the stage has disappeared. But your hair is not there, it is still there. The 3 spots, Qin Xiang, Mu Qianxiang, and Zhou Sheng, had already been determined. Zhou Sheng, the devil arts L Devil Emperor, and the rest are using are not simple. So in these 20 days, you have to think of a way to make your mysterious power go berserk, otherwise you will be in danger. Although the 2 brothers were controlling the power of time, their own strength was very weak and could not form any offensive power. On the other hand, those who walked the path of the evil demon had very strong physical bodies. Thank you very much. Zhou Qiang and Zhou Sheng hurriedly thanked him. Now, they knew that during the combat, one tie-in with the L Devil Emperor, they could be on guard. After all, when the time came for the combat, one tie-in, they would not be as simple as stepping down from the stage. Originally, they were only here to train Zhou Sheng, but because they were brothers, and because they were also very good seedlings, they started to train together. Mu Qianxiang, on the other hand, was handed over to LV Chilian and the others. As for Chen Xiang, no one could give him any pointers. 20 days is simply too little. Chen Xiang felt that he did not have enough time. He faintly felt that the resources sent by the L Devil Emperor would be very strong, and might even be from those divine nations. We can't let them win. Chun Xiang returned to the hundreds of Flowers Village with Mu Qianxiang and the others. Mu Qianxiang went to look for LV Chilian and the others. Xue Xianxian and the others were busy repairing the Profound Wu clothing for Qin Xiang. When they saw Chan Xiang return, they knew that the combat, one tie-in, had already concluded. I thought you were the first one to come here, Yulan. I didn't expect that it would be you, little scoundrel. Did you lose and come here to complain? Xue Xianxian chuckled. She was currently smelting something in the hall using a small stove. She lost to me, but she lost very willingly, and now she is going to cultivate together with the beautiful immortal Qianxiang and the others. Qianxiang laughed. Qianxiang has obtained one of the spots. The girls were all here, each of them with their own things to do. Some of them were smelting, some were analyzing blueprints, and some were drawing spirit grain. Qin Xiang told them what happened during the combat. One tie-in. By the time he finished, it was already night. Elder Sister Menger, I remember that you guys used to have a time formation. You can get more time by going in. There are only 20 days left. I hope that you guys can have more time to help me improve. Said, back then, Leng Yulan and Xue Xianxian would often enter that place to cultivate. Dongfang Xinyue put down the work at hand and walked over to Qin Xiang's side. He picked up the drink Qin Xiang had made and drank a little, then said, Aren't you very strong now? Dongfang Xinyue put down the work at hand and walked over to Qin Xiang's side. He picked up the drink Qin Xiang had made and drank a little, then said, Aren't you very strong now? But the ones sent out by the L Devil Emperor might be from there. Chun Xiang said, If it's really divine nations with our little strength, we will definitely lose. Lu Menger said, There are of course array formations that can reverse time, but the current 9 heaven worlds SPAC is different from before. In the past, when 9 heaven world was still very weak, the time formation he used was a very high level one, so it could easily reverse time. But now it's different. Time and SPAC were intertwined to a certain extent, and Chen Xiang was fairly clear about this. How much energy will I need to gain more time? Qin Xiang asked, Is this dragon vein not enough? The formation has been in operation for 20 days, which will allow you to obtain at least 200 days. However, the consumption of energy from the dragon fountain is very great. If you want to obtain 20 years, I reckon 10 days will be enough time for the dragon fountain to enter a very weak state. Xue Xianxian said as he took out an array disc and saw that it was square. Lu Menger, Dongfang Jing, and Dongfang Xinyue also took out a square formation plate. This was originally created by us and can be overlapped 4 times. If we use one alone, it will be a month. If we keep one in, it will be a month. If we add one in, it will be a year. Xue Xianxian gave the square formation plate to Qin Xiang. Lu Menger and the others handed it over as well. Chan Xiang hurriedly took the 4 array discs and said, If I were to stack them all together and use them, then 200 years of time would have only said 20 years for me inside. Yes, but you need to find a place with sufficient energy to use it. We refined this array disk based on the records of the heavenly divine Lord's 9 heavens treasured artifact, and it can absorb energy to maintain the array formation. Lu Menger said, I can't use it on the dragon's vein. It will drain the energy in the dragon's vein. Chen Xiang thought for a while, then said, Seems like we can only go to the old place. Oh, right. How many people can enter at once? It's best if it's just one. With one more living being inside, the amount of energy required will increase by several times. Lu Menger sighed lightly. If it was in that kind of lower-level world in the past, then time formation would be everywhere, and the amount of energy needed would not be much. At that time, many powers would use the time formation to grow medicinal herbs. It was indeed different now. SPAC was strong on one side, but changing time was also very difficult. It required a very large amount of energy to do so. What's the old place you were talking about? Is it dangerous? Shui Xianxian asked. The Earth's core. That place isn't dangerous for me. Chun Xiang laughed. Don't worry, it's very safe there. Dong Fangjing said, Brother, now that the 9 heaven world is growing stronger, the core of the Earth is becoming stronger and stronger. It's not like in the past, you have to be careful. Got it. Chun Xiang caressed it and said, I will go look for Yu Jie and get some divine medicine from her. There's a pill furnace here, you can keep it for now. Dongfang Xinua Pa-S, said a very small pill furnace to Chun Xiang. After recognizing the master, you can enlarge it. Chun Xiang accepted the pill furnace, and after bidding farewell to the girls, he went to find Feng Yujie. Feng Yujie was not concocting pills at the moment, but he had found LV Qinlian in the hundreds of flowers village and asked her to send a message to him on an urgent matter. Feng Yujie hurried back after learning that Chan Xiang had important matters to discuss with her. I was planning to go to Heavenly Divine Palace to have a look. There's something important I need to do. When Feng Yujie saw Chin Xiang's smiling face, she scoffed. I really have something urgent to do. Give me some bone-level Dan's medicinal herbs. I want 100 sets like this. Chin Xiang said he wanted to stay in the time formation for a while. At that time, he would try to condense bones. I have it here. It was originally meant for Great Divine Lord and the rest to refine. But if you need it, I'll give it to you. Feng Yujie Pa-S, said Chen Xiang, a storage bag. What are you planning to do with it? I need to go into closed-door training for a period of time. At that time, I plan to try condensing another bones. Chin Xiang said, Of course, what I need more is a pill that can condense divine deity after consuming it. If you don't have this kind of pill formula, you can think of creating one. At that time, it will definitely be very easy to sell. Feng Yujie laughed. If that was the case, I wouldn't have to work so hard to condense my divine deity throughout the day. Chun Xiang laughed heartily. There will be one sooner or later. He took the opportunity when Feng Yujie wasn't paying attention to kiss her on the lips, then flew out of the room. I wonder if the Yuming Deep Abyss is still here. When Chen Xiang arrived at the city lord's mansion, Wu Keiming was also there. He asked Wu Keiming to show him how to get to the Yuming Deep Abyss. Wu Keiming took out a guide for him. Inside it were many cities and dangerous places. That Yuming Deep Abyss is very scary now. That place is very dangerous. You have to be careful. Wu Keiming said. Chen Xiang nodded and then was teleported to the city, closest to Yuming Deep Abyss. After walking out of the city, he used the SPAC wind and quickly arrived beside the Yuming Deep Abyss. It has indeed become very frightening. Chen Xiang never thought that the Yuming Deep Abyss would actually turn into a steaming abyss, and that he could even see the scene below it. The same place. I'm here. Chun Xiang jumped down and immediately felt the scorching heat coming from below. When he reached the bottom, he was already somewhat unable to endure it, so he had no choice but to use the ice and snow constellation to resist the heat. Arriving at the bottom, he found it strange that the stones below had evolved to withstand such a high temperature. The core's heat has been leaked. It must have come from that tunnel. When Chen Xiang took out the fire dragon sword, all the heat in the place disappeared, causing him to be secretly pleasantly surprised. Although the fire dragon sword was not at the divine artifact level, it had this kind of ability, allowing him to walk around in the earth's core with ease. This is the Pa-S Sage. Chun Xiang saw that the hole on the green dragon demon-slain broadsword had been destroyed and it could no longer be opened. But that was fine because he could use spatial travel to go through the door. He teleported to the Pa-S Sage. The Pa-S Sage was covered in a fiery red mist and was filled with a strange fire energy. It was so dense that tiny particles could be formed and floated inside the Pa-S Sage, causing the Pa-S Sage to be covered in red. In a place like the core, there's no doubt that it can give birth to living creatures or even powerful beasts. He had been to the Earth's core a few times, so he was well aware of how terrifying the energy of the Earth's core was. This was the energy source that maintained the flow of the entire nine-heaven world. Immediately thought of the super-old fire beast. He looked at the Pa-S Sageway and immediately felt more at ease. The Pa-S Sageway was very narrow. Immediately thought of the super-old fire beast. He looked at the Pa-S Sageway and immediately felt more at ease. The Pa-S Sageway was very narrow. Although the nine-heaven world has devoured the DS realm and the endless heaven realm, the core of the earth still hasn't grown much in size. However, its energy has become even stronger. Chun Xiang walked forward with the fire dragon's sword in his hand. Under the protection of the fire dragon's sword, he did not sense any heat, but he knew clearly that if he did not have the fire dragon's sword, he would not be able to continue right now. We can't continue any further. This place is already the limit. Chun Xiang looked at the red light tunnel in front of him. However, under the protection of the mystical energy emitted by the fire dragon sword, he could still feel the scorching heat. Chun Xiang took out his green dragon blade and fiercely stabbed it into the cave wall, creating a series of dang-dang-dang sounds. However, the cave wall only had a few scratches on it, that was all. What's going on? Just now, Chun Xiang had used his left hand to swing the sword. With the double bone level in his left hand, he had used quite a bit of strength to slash at the stone wall, but was unable to harm it. Chun Xiang looked at the red granules that were floating in the cave and suddenly understood that the stone walls here had been absorbing so much powerful energy from this environment for many years. Furthermore, after being tempered by the powerful air pressure for a long time, it had become extremely STU. Our dysprosium, it seems like the Earth's core is extremely hard and indestructible. Chun Xiang withdrew his azure dragon blade and activated the Six Realms power. The veins on his left arm bulged, and with a loud shout, he punched the stone wall with his powerful fist. The explosion of the meteor immortal power produced a loud explosion that reverberated through the Pa-S Sageway. The entire Pa-S Sageway trembled slightly earlier, but other than that, there was no other reaction. As expected, it is very STU. RDY. Chun Xiang took a deep breath. The reason he conducted this test was so that he would be able to enter the time formation and feel a bit more at ease, because he couldn't be disturbed like this. The energy here should be enough to operate all 4 formation discs. Because the Pa-S Sageway was too small, Chun Xiang allowed these 4 formation discs to grow larger. So they couldn't grow much larger and could only sit on top of the formation discs by themselves. We can start now, Chun Xiang said somewhat excitedly. If he could succeed, he could fight for 20 years. He activated the formation plate, and waves of white light flashed out. The red mist in the tunnel was quickly absorbed by the formation plate as it rushed towards the bottom of the formation plate. Not long after, a ball of white light was suspended above the array disc. Chun Xiang felt that it was a bit uncomfortable because the array disc was too small, but he had no choice but to step on it. When he stepped onto it, a light flashed in front of his eyes. He actually came to ASPAC surrounded by white light. This SPAC was about the size of a room. Xian and the others are pretty strong, huh? There's actually a spatial formation inside these array disks. Xiang looked at the door of light that flashed on the white wall. That was the door to the time formation. He took out a pill furnace and then the bone-level Dan's ingredients. He planned to first try and see if he could condense bones to use on his left arm, and the double bone level that was condensed there would allow him to experience the benefits of bones. If other parts of his body also had bones, then it would make him even stronger. I'm just going to cultivate all 9 of my bones to the Supreme G, D level right now. Xiang was a little excited just thinking about it. His bones would become stronger as his divine deity increased, and then fuse with the powerful energy. It was even more difficult to imagine. In just half a day's time, Xiang had already refined 18 bone-level Dan-S, which were not difficult to refine. Previously, during the Compet 1 tie-in, he had used a very short period of time to refine 1 batch of bone-level Dan-S, and it was even 6. Currently, he was only refining 3 batches of bone-level Dan. After consuming it, he dispersed the medicinal energy within his body and began to control the medicinal energy to circulate through his entire body. He then waited for the opportunity to condense the pill to appear. It didn't succeed, and the medicine scattered very quickly. What's going on? Xiang had previously eaten twice before, and every time he had to refine it for half a day before using up all the medicinal power. But now he had only used an hour. Remember Yulan and the others mentioned that they took 3 days to refine the bone-level Dan? Could the stronger their body be, the shorter the refining time? Xiang surmised that he was not very sure if he had eaten yet another pellet. This time he only used half of the last time to refine it faster than last time. What's going on? When Xiang refined the medicinal power, he did not sense any signs in his body, which meant that he had failed to condense the bones. He could only continue eating. The speed at which he refined the 18 pills was very fast. He could refine 4 of them in 2 hours. Right now, it was not even half a day, and he had already refined 18 bone-level Dan. It was completely useless. Looks like being unable to sustain the medicinal power for too long is not a good thing. It's not possible for it to exist in his body for too long as well. Xiang recalled how he had previously consumed 2 bone-level Dan pellets. Is the bone-level Dan not strong enough? Or is my body not strong enough? Xiang did not know, because even he did not know whether Yang Tianyi had relied on eating a lot of medicinal ingredients to condense it. As Xiang thought about this question, he suddenly felt that the SPAC was gradually weakening and the white light surrounding it disappeared. Right now, he was sitting cross-legged on top of the 4 overlapping formation discs. Xiang looked at the 2 sides of the Pa-S sageway. Originally, there were many red particles floating around, but now, all of them had disappeared. I just stayed inside for a day, that's all. Xiang anxiously jumped down from the array disc. This time formation really consumes a lot of energy and absorbed all of the energy outside in one go. Xiang looked at the depths of the tunnel. This formation plate needs to be near the energy source to absorb it, right? It seems like there's still some distance between here and the center of the earth that the formation plate cannot absorb and absorb. Bring Yuer here right now. This time, I need to get very close to the core of the earth. Xiang decided to let Yuer enter the time formation with him. After all, Yuer had a lot of experience, and she was an existence equivalent to An Obli, so she must have eaten high-ranking bone-level Dan-S and condensed their bones before. Xiang returned from the core to the surface and returned to the hundreds of Flowers Village. He brought Yueta here with him and did not need much time. Right now, he was in a rush because he could not afford to waste any time, especially outside. He did not need to be so nervous inside the time formation. Xiang returned from the core to the surface and returned to the hundreds of Flowers Village. He brought Yueta here with him and did not need much time. Right now, he was in a rush because he could not afford to waste any time, especially outside. He did not need to be so nervous inside the time formation. Yue followed Chun Xiang into the tunnel. Chun Xiang asked, Yue, are you afraid of the heat? You're not afraid that my spatial barrier is relatively strong. The heat from the Earth's core should be able to resist the heat. If you use spatial barrier, wouldn't that be fine? Moonchild said. Chun Xiang shook his head. My spatial protection is also very limited. Yue smiled tenderly. Then I'll cover you, but don't you fear going to the Earth's core like that? Although currently the 9 heaven worlds' core hasn't reached its complete state, it won't be weak either. It's probably because of the cultivation of the earthly beast at this time. Earthly beast? Chun Xiang asked in surprise. Is it really that powerful? I'm not sure about the 9 heaven worlds' earthly beast either. When 9 divine kings created this world, he had probably already set this up. It's hard to say whether it was aggressive or not. Let's go check it out first. With our escaping abilities, there's nothing to be afraid of. Yue didn't seem to be afraid at all as she flapped her wings and flew slowly through the tunnel. La 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 la. Yue hummed a cheerful melody, as if she was taking a leisurely stroll. Yue, does your star law divine realm also have a core? Chun Xiang asked her earlier. Our star law divine realm is a planet with a core, but only the largest primary planet has earthly beast. I went there twice with my grandfather the first time, but when I went there, I couldn't take the heat any longer. After I got back, I rested for a month, Yue said. The second time was when I went to the central core of the core during the law enforcement assessment. It was very relaxing for me, but I didn't dare to go there. Although he had been here a few times, every time he had come, it would increase to a different degree. And this time, the increase in power was the greatest. Not long after, Chun Xiang saw those fiery red granules slowly floating over from the tunnel in front. There were such granules everywhere, but they were all absorbed by the 4 formation plates. Coming. Yue immediately flew onto Chun Xiang's shoulder and released a spatial barrier. Chun Xiang only felt a slight heat from it for a moment, and then he did not sense it again. At this moment, he was already in the middle of the fiery red grain, and the tunnel was once again filled with the fiery red glow of light. In this kind of place, neither Chun Xiang nor Yue dared to use the S.P.A.C. wind because there was an unknown danger in front of them. Chun Xiang was in a hurry, so he quickened his pace and rushed through the tunnel. The tunnel continued downwards diagonally. Gradually, they entered the depths. After running madly for 4 hours, he finally arrived at the end of the tunnel. He stood at the end and looked down at the fiery red light. That was the depths of the Earth's core. Now he could absorb the energy from the Earth's core from the formation plate inside the small hole. Chun Xiang took out the formation plate and successfully activated it. He brought Yue and entered the formation plate. The energy absorbed by this array disk will be several times more than what a living creature absorbs. Yue seemed to be able to sense the energy being absorbed by the array disk. If another person were to enter, I'm afraid that would exceed the limits of the array disk. Chun Xiang said, Yue, previously when you condensed your bones, did you only rely on eating bone level Dan? Yue nodded her head and replied, Of course. Even if you don't eat bone level Dan, you can still condense them. But that doesn't mean anyone can do it. Only those with extremely high innate talent can do it. Chun Xiang asked again, Do you remember how long it took you to refine the bone level Dan you ate when you condensed the bones? Roughly half a day's time. Whether the bone level Dan is refined too fast or too slow, it will take around half a day to finish. Yueta said, This refinement refers to the situation where my fastest refining speed is the slowest in an instant under the condition of natural refining. It took me a month's time, but even this cannot trigger the opportunity to condense a bone level Dan. Yuer's words confirmed Chun Xiang's previous guess. He asked, Then how do we complete the natural refining state for around half a day? This is the reason why it is difficult to condense bones after eating bone-level Dan. The reason why refining pills is so fast is usually because the body and cultivation level are too strong and need to improve the quality of the bone-level Dan. As for the balance being too slow, it's because the body is not strong enough, so it will take a very long time to absorb all the medicinal energy in one go. So that's how it is. I understand now. Chan Xiang immediately took out a portion of bone-level Dan's medicinal ingredients. These are all low-grade medicinal ingredients. How long are you going to take one now? Yue asked. He can refine 4 pellets in 2 hours. Chun Xiang said. He already had a way to solve the problem. Right now you need a medial-grade bone-level Dan, and at the same time, you also need to strengthen your body to be able to control it for around half a day. Yue curiously asked Qin Xiang when she saw him throw the medicinal herbs into the pill furnace. Qin Xiang, do you have some kind of strange idea now? Yue had already seen Qin Xiang's refining skills before, and even though she was experienced and knowledgeable, she was still shocked by Qin Xiang several times. This is a method of refining heavenly alchemy. My furnace's limit is to refine 6 bone-level Dan, but I have to compress it into 3, so I can condense the excess medicinal power into 1. This can improve the quality of bone-level Dan, Qin Xiang said. In his current situation, it would take some time to produce a middle-tier bone-level Dan medicine. First, he would have to condense the elixir and increase the age of the herbs bit by bit. Right now, he did not have that much time, so he could only use the compressed medicinal energy to improve his quality. This was one of the methods in the heavenly alchemy. He had previously used this method to force out high-quality pills. I hope it's effective. If it doesn't work, you should just be more honest and use a normal method. Yue patiently watched the pill furnace as she laid on the ground. A normal method is not suitable for me. Chun Xiang laughed and began to refine the pill. Chen Xiang was refining the bone-level Dan now. Unlike before, he needed to suppress it in order to enhance the quality of the bone-level Dan, which was why he had taken a bit more time than before. Chen Xiang was refining the bone-level Dan now. Unlike before, he needed to suppress it in order to enhance the quality of the bone-level Dan, which was why he had taken a bit more time than before. Yue had never heard of such a method of refinement, especially for the sake of increasing the quality. But now that Chen Xiang had concocted so few of them, she had no idea that it was possible for her to use such a method to refine bone-level Dan. Done! Qin Xiang took out 3 milky white bone-level Dan pearls and leaned over to open her pair of cute cat eyes. It looks like the quality is quite high. It's really amazing. If you press it into a single grain, the quality will be even higher. Moonchild said in surprise. Let me give it a try first. Chun Xiang ate 1 pellet and started refining it. After 4 hours, he finished refining it. It looks like I still need to be refined a bit more. Chun Xiang put away the 2 bone-level Dan-s in his hands, took out a portion of medicinal ingredients, and said, I will directly press them into a single pellet. Right now, Chun Xiang did not have a method to quickly condense divine deity, but there was a direction for him to quickly condense bones. Of course, he felt that 4 bones was not enough for him right now. He had no other choice, so he planned to first condense bones so that he could at least increase his strength and at the same time strengthen his physical body. If he still had time, he would do his best to condense divine deity to 6 bones. Chun Xiang quickly finished refining the pill. This time he had crushed the 6 bone-level Dan into a single pellet, which was already of extremely high quality among the shopping Dan. That was why, when he opened the pellet furnace, it immediately burst out a bright light. This time it should be enough, right? After taking it out, Qin Xiang showed Yue the highest quality shopping bone-level Dan. Very good. If the Star Law Divine Realm can sell it, then this bone-level Dan should be able to sell it at a very high quality because it is very easy to reach a balance. If it is directly sold as a middle-quality bone-level Dan, then it will take a lot of time and effort to refine the body and the spirit of the bone-level Dan. Yue felt that it was very rare for Chen Xiang to be able to control the quality of a high-quality divine pellet. After Chen Xiang consumed it, he began to refine it. After Chen Xiang refined the medicinal force, he opened his eyes. This pellet did not allow him to condense bones, but only by controlling the time that he had to refine the bone-level Dan would he have more opportunities to condense bones. Yue laughed. "A alchemist like you are really frightening. You can really adjust the quality of medicinal pills according to your own circumstances. There are also alchemists in Star Law Divine Realm who do this, but it's not very successful. If you're lucky, about 10 of them should be able to condense bones," Yue said. "However, after you condense bones this time, the next time won't be so easy. You'll need to adjust the quality of the bone-level Dan, and you'll need to raise the strength of your body." Chen Xiang nodded his head before starting to refine the pill again. After successfully refining the second pellet, he continued. When he went to receive Yue earlier, he had instructed her to duplicate as many of the bone-level Dan's medicinal ingredients as possible. L.V. Chilean had already said down the alive slain method to many girls who were very familiar with Chen Xiang, and they could all trust each other. It was not easy to condense bones. Chen Xiang was clear on that point. Then Yang Tianyi had to spend a lot of time eating medicinal ingredients and vomiting to condense 3 pellets. Thus Chen Xiang was mentally prepared as well. The third pellet still did not succeed in the 4th, 5th, 6th, until the 7th pill. Chen Xiang suddenly felt some pain in his eyes. "What's going on?" "There's actually pain in the eyes. This should be a sign of an opportunity. But why would it be in the eyes?" When Chen Xiang's left arm condensed bones, there was a slight pain. That was an opportunity. If it were the eyes, they would inevitably suffer a bit, and the pain they would suffer would definitely be much worse than cheating. Yue saw Chen Xiang frown and ask in a low voice, "Are they coming?" "I'm not sure because I feel a little pain in my eyes," Chen Xiang said. "Is the bones in my eyes?" "Of course. Eyes are also part of the body. In short, if there's an opportunity, don't give up. Once you give up, it'll be even more difficult to appear next time." Yue was also very surprised. It actually appeared in her eyes. "Gather all of your physical strength into your eyes. Although it's painful, just endure it. You should be familiar with her from the past, right?" Moonchild said. Chen Xiang gritted his teeth and started to channel all his strength into his eyes to condense his bones. He was also very curious about what would happen if his eyes could condense bones, and if he were to focus on his limbs to attack, his punches and kicks would definitely be able to create a very powerful force. Yue was also thinking about this question. In the past, she had only heard from the elders about the condensed bones of those people. She also did not know how the strength of the bones was used, nor did she know how those elders had raised it. S face was pale from the pain, but he still clenched his teeth and did not make a sound. "As long as I can endure it." All these years of his cultivation had been this long and painful every time he had to endure, but he had never backed down from it. Chen Xiang finally roared out in pain. In the past 2 days, the pain on Chen Xiang's head had gradually subsided. At this moment, his eyes were emitting white rays of light. "It's really torturous." The white light around Chen Xiang's eyes disappeared, and his eyes returned to normal. He wiped away the blood tears on his face. "How is it?" Yue asked. "What kind of power can bones allow you to obtain?" Yue. "It's really strange that both eyes of mine have a bones inside. Bones should be inside the bones. Why is it inside the eyes this time?" Chen Xiang also felt it was inconceivable. Actually, this is within the skull, the eye sockets. These 2 places are considered more useful parts of the human body, so the condensed bones are in the eyes. This belongs to a special part, but only a few people have this part. You're special. The double bone level has actually appeared twice. Isn't that equivalent to having 4 bones? Yue was more surprised because Chen Xiang had condensed 2 bones each time, and that Yang Tianyi had spent so many years imprisoned in the star HEL only managed to condense 3 profound energies. If he knew that Chen Xiang was so quick, the 4 bones would have definitely caused him to faint. Even though Chen Xiang had condensed the double bone level once again, he was still a bit depressed because the bones was already in his eyes. He did not know if it was a good thing or bad thing, but what he was sure of was that while the bones was in his eyes, it temporarily could not form a strong power. If the bones was on the legs, he could directly attack during battle. But in the eyes, one couldn't use one's face to attack during battle, right? Even though Chen Xiang had condensed the double bone level once again, he was still a bit depressed because the bones was already in his eyes. He did not know if it was a good thing or bad thing, but what he was sure of was that while the bones was in his eyes, it temporarily could not form a strong power. If the bones was on the legs, he could directly attack during battle. But in the eyes, one couldn't use one's face to attack during battle, right? Chen Xiang, you don't have to be depressed. It's a good thing that your bones has congealed in the eye. This is a very special part. Not everyone's bones can grow in this place. Yue said, although the location of the double bone level that you just condensed cannot be attacked directly, it still has other uses. Try it yourself and see if the double bone level on your left arm can be used in contact with your eyes. He immediately nodded his head. Now that he knew what to do, he tried to create a stronger connection between the bones of these 2 parts of his body. He wanted to see if it could affect each other so that the power of the bones and divine soul could be shared. My eyes are hurting. Chen Xiang tried to absorb the bones on his left arm, but when the power of the soul came over, it caused his eyes to burn, and he had no choice but to give up. How exactly do I use it? Chen Xiang was depressed to the extreme. The bones that he had spent so much effort to cultivate was actually useless. The eyes are the window to the soul of a living being. In many cases, it is possible to see what the heart of a living being is thinking through the eyes. It is also through the eyes that one can obtain the most direct information. Yue suddenly said, bones can normally cause the body to produce a very strong power, but if it appears in a special place, it will have a special use and cannot be equipped with common sense. Yue saw that Chen Xiang was deep in thought and continued to speak. I feel that the bones that is condensed in your eyes is able to produce special powers in your eyes. Since your eyes already possess the bones, there is definitely nothing good about it. When Chen Xiang heard this, he started to quietly ponder. A light suddenly flashed through his mind, and he said, the essence of the bones is to stimulate the strength of the body. Then if the bones appears in my eyes, then logically speaking, it should be able to unleash a power that is stronger than my eyes. What kind of power does an eye usually have? The first one will definitely be there to see. With your bones, you will definitely be able to see further, and maybe even more things, that's for sure. Try it. Yue said, when you try, don't even think about condensing a violent power. Otherwise, your eyes will hurt. I can only try it outside. What can I see here? Chen Xiang brought Yue and walked out of the time formation and stood at the edge of the Pa-S Sage. He looked into the depths of the earth, where a thick layer of red mist enveloped him. What did you see? Yue was also watching, but she could not see anything. The fiery red fog that was being released from the earth's core was too thick, and it also had the power to incinerate people's mental energy. Sure enough, I saw something that I couldn't see before. What exactly is it? Chen Xiang frowned. I saw a huge pond below. It's just that it's filled with flame essence. There's something inside that's boiling over. Could it be the earthly beast that you were talking about? What does it look like? Yue hurriedly asked. I can't see clearly. That fellow in the terrifying fire liquid is like a fish in water. His body is a fiery red color, but I can't see anything else. His movements are too fast. Chen Xiang said, at this time he had already felt the benefit of condensing bones. If it was before, he would not have been able to see the bottom part of the flame essence. What is that thing? Qin Xiang saw a flash. H.I. plusing red dot on the stone wall in the depths of the cave. He controlled the bones in his eyes to strengthen his vision and quickly saw that thing. It's a fruit. It looks like a tomato, glowing red and trembling. Qin Xiang said, "Is there anything else around this fruit? How did it grow?" Yue hurriedly asked with a hint of surprise in her voice. She seemed to know what kind of fruit this was. "It looks like it grew from a rock wall." "Let me take a look." Qin Xiang rubbed his eyes. This was the first time he had used the power of the bones in his eyes to increase his eyesight, causing him to feel a little tired. "As I thought, this is the unique earthly beast fruit of the core." Yue was extremely excited. "You must obtain this fruit. You said that the fruit is trembling, right? It should have already matured, and is waiting for it to fall down to feed that earthly beast. Isn't this equivalent to S.N.A.T.C. Hing food from earthly beast? I am currently in his territory. Is this place in danger?" Qin Xiang also wanted the earthly beast fruit. "The earthly beast is still weak right now. Otherwise, it would have left the core of the earth and jumped up to eat it. So you don't have to worry about him running up here. Furthermore, after that fruit is picked, it will quickly grow back. This is specially bred by the core and given to earthly beasts to eat." Yue replied, "My grandfather used to do this kind of thing as if his life depended on it. There was no need to be afraid." Qin Xiang took a deep breath and said, "All right, it will definitely be very hot when we go down. Can your spatial barrier hold up?" "There's no problem at all. Hurry up and go down." Yue said, "The fruit will soon fall, and there will be no more chances. We can't miss this chance." Qin Xiang immediately jumped down and carefully floated in the air. Currently, the danger in this place was only too great, and the earthly beast in the fire liquid could not leave the fire liquid. "Strange. How many earthly beasts are there?" Qin Xiang asked. "I should have seen more than one." "These earthly beasts should not have formed yet. They are still growing. So, it's normal to have many heads. If the earthly beast fruit falls down, it will definitely cause a lot of combat. One, Tian, and the person who obtains the earthly beast fruit will become even stronger." Yue said, "The core is an extremely mysterious existence. My grandfather said before that the most terrifying thing in the core is the Earth's core divine spirit, the person who controls the core. If he gets angry, he can instantly destroy the entire world." Qin Xiang was shocked in his heart. "There's actually such a thing? Is that true? Has your grandfather seen it before?" Qin Xiang had thought that a long time ago, the 9 divine kings should have been able to control this 9-heaven world. But he found out later on that the 9-heaven world was so powerful that even the 9 divine kings couldn't estimate it. In the future, after swallowing the super God realm, the divine nations would definitely occupy and control an entire region. Qin Xiang had thought that a long time ago, the 9 divine kings should have been able to control this 9-heaven world. But he found out later on that the 9-heaven world was so powerful that even the 9 divine kings couldn't estimate it. In the future, after swallowing the super D realm, the divine nations would definitely occupy and control an entire region. Now, Yue said that there was some kind of terrifying Earth's core divine spirit in this Earth's core. If this was the case, he definitely wouldn't be able to stay on the ground at ease. Don't be afraid. Earth's core divine spirit is only a legend in the star law divine realm. No one has ever seen it, but the core definitely has a certain amount of spirituality. Otherwise, it would not have nurtured a divine fruit to nurture the divine guardian beast in the core. Yue said, "Even the strong core would have a terrifying earthly beast to prevent others from having impure motives towards the core, such as controlling the core or using the core to cause destruction." Qin Xiang had already reached the side of the earthly beast fruit. When his hand got hold of it, he immediately picked it down, and it was actually extremely cold. Furthermore, it was extremely stiff and heavy. "There's one more over there." Qin Xiang had just put away the fruit, and he also saw the red light flash. plussing in front of him. Previously, he stood at a high place, so he could not directly see the fruit on the wall at his side. Furthermore, the fruit was embedded in the cave wall, and the red light it emitted wasn't that bright either. It should have matured by now. Qin Xiang immediately flew over. Since he had seen it, he would definitely take it off. The divine beast swimming in the lava below started to howl, because Qin Xiang had also taken the other fruit. Goodbye. It will be back soon anyway. You can have it next time. Qin Xiang laughed and quickly went up. Not long after, he returned to the cave, and the roars below became louder, as if he was angry at the same time. These earthly beasts are all very weak. Otherwise, they would have rushed up long ago. Yue laughed. Actually, you don't have to be afraid of them, even if you rush up. They can't even take human form right now, and their bodies are huge too. If you hide in this cave, they definitely won't be able to come in. This sage was rather narrow, and the stones were very rigid. It was not easy to break them. What's the use of these two fruits? Qin Xiang pinched it hard. It was very strong. Other than releasing a cold qi, he couldn't feel the energy in it at all. So this is divine deity and divine soul. As long as the earthly beast eats it, it can increase one's divine deity by 1 high quality. As long as it does not reach 100, after consuming it can increase one's divine deity by 1. Yue replied, but only earthly beasts can do it, not humans or other beasts. Their effects will be greatly reduced. Qin Xiang was instantly overjoyed. Isn't this the same as the great divine deity? Others can't, I can. He was just worrying about not being able to cultivate to the 6th divine deity, and right now, it just so happened that he was able to immediately enter the time formation. Is that really possible? I heard from my grandfather that other than earthly beast, other people and beasts can only get 10% or less of their energy after eating it. Yue said, sure. When Qin Xiang had first fused with the great divine deity, he had used the method of refining pellets to refine it into his own divine sense. Not only did he not lose any energy, he could even strengthen the divine deity. This divine deity should be reduced by at least 3 or 4 times. What makes me feel a little regretful is that these are all fire attribute, divine deity S and divine soul S. Qin Xiang chuckled. My divine sense already has 2 fire attribute, divine deity pract. 1. Tioniers, adding the 2 here, I wonder how strong my flames will be. If it were not because the conditions did not allow it, he would definitely condense a spatial divine deity and a heavenly body's divine deity, respectively. There's a chance in the future. Right now, you need attack power, so fusing with these 2 fire attribute, divine deity, is the best. Yue said, moreover, you still have to properly tap into the power of the divine deity in your eyes. I feel that it's not as simple as just increasing your eyesight. The eyes are the window of a person's heart. I feel that you can directly use the eyes to attack another person's heart, which is equivalent to a powerful spiritual attack. This is very difficult to defend against. Qin Xiang felt that this plan was very feasible, but the most important thing for him right now was to first condense 2 divine deity before deciding anything. At such a young age, I can start training inside the divine sense C. Qin Xiang placed a fruit into the divine sense C and released the magic method furnace inside. Previously, when he was refining the great divine deity, because the great divine deity required a large amount of compression, he had to first use a pill furnace outside to refine it. Right now, the earthly beast fruit was relatively small and could be directly carried out in the divine sense C. It's pretty hard to refine. The stuff bred by the Earth's core is different. It's originally very resistant to heat. Qin Xiang activated his 2 fire attribute, divine deity, and released the strongest flames. Otherwise, he would not be able to refine the earthly beast fruit. The earthly beast fruit was extremely hard to smelt, so he used even more time than last time, a total of 5 days before there were signs of it melting, and he even used all sorts of heavenly alchemy to refine it. Only after an entire 10 days of time did he finally refine the earthly beast fruit into a mist state. At this time, he had to soak it in the divine sense sea for a period of time, and let the divine deity in the divine sense sea resonate with the mist, so that he could compress the mist into his divine deity. Chen Xiang had noticed it when he was refining the divine deity, so he had already pulled the divine soul out of the body and allowed his main divine soul to simulate it. Once the divine deity was completed, the divine soul could also immediately integrate into the body. Yuera wagged her tail, eating all kinds of delicious things. Because she looked very cute and had a very sweet mouth, she was very popular among the girls in hundreds of Flowers Village. As a result, she also received a lot of delicious things. Fifth divine deity, large success. Chen Xiang opened his eyes, his face brimming with joy. Yuer, how long did I need? Did it really succeed? You only took 15 days. Yuer was very surprised. She immediately flew over and laid on Chen Xiang's head, but sensed that there were actually 5 of them inside Divine Sensi. What an explosive divine deity! It's very hot. Yuer said in surprise, I never thought that you would be able to change this earthly beast fruit into divine soul so quickly. Even if the earthly beast eats it, it cannot be transformed into divine deity in such a way. Chen Xiang laughed. I am the alchemist, and this divine fruit is being refined by me into my divine sense. See, it's very simple. He threw the remaining earthly beast fruit into the divine sense sea and continued to refine it. With his previous experience, he could progress even more smoothly this time. This is great. I should have learned how to refine pills. Yuer sighed. Being the enforcer of the star law divine realm is really a road of no return. Yuer was envious because she saw Chen Xiang refining pills. She also clearly knew that this eccentric alchemist Chen Xiang was really different from the other alchemistess. The other alchemists stayed in the pill refining rooms all day. Their houses were so big that the sky and the earth went dark. She had heard of an alchemist refining a furnace of pills, and several other leader-s from that sect had all come out. Yuer was envious because she saw Chen Xiang refining pills. She also clearly knew that this eccentric alchemist Chen Xiang was really different from the other alchemistess. The other alchemists stayed in the pill refining rooms all day. Their houses were so big that the sky and the earth went dark. She had heard of an alchemist refining a furnace of pills, and several other leader-s from that sect had all come out. You don't have to be so anxious. If you use it another 10 days or so, you will have 6 divine deities. However, we still have nearly 20 years here. Yuer said, Chen Xiang had come here in order to buy time to become stronger. And if this were to continue, it could be said that he had already reached Chen Xiang's goal of cultivating to the 6th divine deity within a month. While Chen Xiang was refining the earthly beast fruit in the divine sensi, he laughed. I will be using the rest of my time to attack bones. The bones that I managed to cultivate previously went back to my eyes, which makes me feel more regretful. I want to condense the bones on my hands and feet. When Chen Xiang possessed 4 divine deity and the double bone level above his left arm, he was already very strong. Sai, who asked you to be the alchemist? It's as easy to condense bones as to grow teeth. When she was condensing her bones back then, all she set out was blood and tears, but Chen Xiang said it easily. After 10 days, Chen Xiang suddenly burst out laughing, because he had successfully condensed 6 divine deity. The power of his flames were now even more terrifying, for fire attribute divine deity made from, combined with the double bone level on his left arm, attacking the meteor immortal power. Yuer couldn't help but become excited just thinking about it. It must be very strong. Yuer, look at me. Chen Xiang suddenly grabbed Yuer and carefully examined her pair of cat eyes. What is it? You used the bones in your eyes to experiment with me? There was a smile in Yuer's eyes as she replied, My divine soul is very powerful. You simply cannot cause mental attacks on me. My divine soul! Before Yuer could finish speaking, Chen Xiang said with a laugh. I saw your divine sense. See, haha. Impossible. I simply did not sense a single bit of energy entering my divine sense. See, you can't see it. Although Yuetra said this, her voice also carried a trace of fear, as if her secret had been discovered. Chen Xiang laughed. Didn't you say that eyes are the window to the soul? The bones is condensed at the special part of my eye, so it produced a special power. I clearly saw your divine sense, see, just now, and your two divine soul. One of them is in the form of a little girl, the other is a little kitten. Yu-Er was dumbstruck. She shook her head. At most, you can only sense my divine soul, and can never see through my divine sense. See. Even if you are a very powerful expert of the 100G, DS level, you can't see through other people's divine sense see like that. Do you want me to tell you what your divine sense see looks like? Yuer's eyes were filled with fear. She seemed to be very afraid of others seeing her divine sense see, so she could not accept the fact that Chen Xiang had seen her. Tell me about it. Yuer mustered up her courage and made Chen Xiang say it out loud. If it really was like this, she could only accept it. The corner of Chen Xiang's mouth rose slightly, and then he laughed out loud. Your divine sense, see, has a very luxurious palace, and your divine soul is sitting on a chair inside the palace. I never thought that Yuer, your heart, had always wanted to dominate the Star Law Divine Realm. This dream is really too vast. Yuer shrieked with a meow meow sound, broke free from Chen Xiang's hands, and flew to the top of Chen Xiang's head to randomly grab his hair. Don't laugh, Yuer shouted very seriously, grabbing Chen Xiang's hair in a mess. Meow. Chen Xiang and Yuer played around for a while before both of them laid on their backs on the ground, gasping for breath. Yuer, although I feel that it's funny, it's not that I'm looking down on you. You are very strong in Star Law Divine Realm, have 3G, D bloodline, and even met a genius alchemist like me. You can't help but become stronger in the future. Chen Xiang laughed and said, I am not bragging. Among those who have come into contact with me, as long as my relations. I plus P with me is not bad, then I will more or less become stronger because of me. That's why, with me here, you will be able to become the Star Law Divine Realm's Empress Cat in the nick of time. Yuer humphed tenderly. You are even more narcissistic than me. But what's strange is that your divine sense see is so ordinary. Is your goal really that simple? Do you only want to live the most ordinary life? If that's really the case, then your talent is truly a waste. Chen Xiang stroked his chin and said with a smile, I have seen you, Sister Feng, Qilian, Xianxian, and Menger, the few divine sense CS, and they all have a lot in common. Bulls, I plus T, whose divine sense C is not this exaggerated. Your divine sense C is the most abnormal. Yuer was extremely unhappy. She felt that since Chen Xiang's divine sense C was so ordinary, he should have a very high ideal. Although it was absurd, many people would construct their divine sense C like that, so their divine soul would be able to unleash its strongest power. I'm not saying that what you have in common is an exaggeration, but you all only have one divine sense C. Chen Xiang smiled slightly. Yuer fiercely jumped up. Don't tell me you have two divine sense CS? How is that possible? I have never heard of such a thing, and it is impossible for it to exist. I really do have two divine sense CS, but the other one is hidden very deeply. Chen Xiang laughed. Not unless you show it to me. Yuer snorted. You have to show me. You have already seen my divine sense C, and I can see that your divine sense C is only a fake one. I want to see your real divine sense C. Yuer was already starting to believe that Chen Xiang, who had created so many legends in Nine Heaven World, wouldn't be that simple. Nope. Chen Xiang stuck out his tongue at her, and Yuer meowed. She immediately threw herself at him, grabbed his hair, and started messing with him again. Yuer shouted, Hurry up and let me see. I want to see. Qin Xiang finally managed to calm her down. He didn't think that this kitten that was making such a ruckus was actually so scary. I have a second divine sense C, but it's in a very strange state. I can feel it, but I can't see it myself. In short, I am very sure that my second divine sense C exists and has existed for a long time. However, for some unknown reason, I have been unable to open the gate to the second divine sense C. Qin Xiang frowned. I feel like I've lost something. Originally, the first divine sense C I opened should have been the second divine sense C, because that was already there. But then, for some reason, I caused the divine sense C to become like this. Yuera was extremely curious about Qin Xiang's second divine sense C. She really wanted to know how a person like Qin Xiang would look like as a real divine sense C, a person who reacts to the beautiful fantasies in the deepest part of a person's heart. It's just that Qin Xiang didn't even know what he was thinking right now, so Yuera couldn't get any information about the real situation from Qin Xiang either. Yuera was extremely curious about Qin Xiang's second divine sense C. She really wanted to know how a person like Qin Xiang would look like as a real divine sense C, a person who reacts to the beautiful fantasies in the deepest part of a person's heart. It's just that Qin Xiang didn't even know what he was thinking right now, so Yuera couldn't get any information about the real situation from Qin Xiang either. Qin Xiang now knew one of the uses of bones in the eyes. Being able to see someone's divine sense C could not be considered very useful, but it could be said that he was able to see someone's inner thoughts. I feel that the bones of my eyes can also be used to attack, Qin Xiang said, his eyes releasing a ray of red light. Although it was only for a moment, it was true that millions of red light beams had converged, and this was the heart-permeable demon eye that he had learned from Baiyu. This was the move that he had the least use. If he used it, then someone would really be in trouble. It's not strong enough to deal with ordinary Empyrean G. Oh, DS. But it's not enough to deal with those with great defense and armor. Many beasts have very tough scales on their bodies. Little Moon also saw the terror of that red light. It was able to emit a hair-like red light with an extremely strange, penetrating power. It could penetrate a person's body in an instant and cause fatal damage. However, the light rays were still too weak. It was not a problem to deal with people with a lower cultivation level than Qin Xiang, but for people with a higher cultivation than him, or people with a strong defense, it was ineffective. So I plan to develop in this area. Not only will it allow my eyes to see more, I will also be able to have the power to attack. Right now, I am unable to transform too much of the Six Realms power, mainly because I don't have the bones nor the soul inside. The double bone level in my eyes are lacking a good soul. Qin Xiang's eyes released a red light again. This time, although the penetrating power of the red thread had increased a lot, it was still extremely limited. As Qin Xiang walked out of the time formation, Yuera was a little puzzled, not knowing what he wanted to do. Yuera flew above Qin Xiang's head and asked, "Are you going back?" After Qin Xiang put away the formation plate, he looked at the entrance of the cave that was continuously surging with hot air and laughed. "Of course not. I want to go down and take a look at those earthly beastess. These guys should all have pretty good divine souls, right? Their soul is definitely not bad, but can you handle it now?" Yuera was a little surprised. Qin Xiang's eyes lacked a divine soul. She did not expect Qin Xiang to actually have the idea about those earthly beastess. "How do you know without trying?" Qin Xiang was very confident right now. He had just condensed two divine deity, and they both had very powerful divine souls within them, so the matter of him concentrating his other souls was saved. This time he was not only going down to see how strong the earthly beast were, but also to see if there were any more earthly fruit down there. Qin Xiang jumped down the deep pit that led to the core fire essence. Yueka held onto one of his arms, releasing the S.P.A.C. domain to help him block the heat. "You can't resist the heat here yourself." Yuera asked, "When you make your move, I'll have to follow you." "I can't do that for now. Follow me. There won't be any danger." Qin Xiang had also never tried whether or not he could leave Yu air and freely walk around. He also didn't want to try. When they approached the bottom, Chun Xiang heard the earthly beast roaring. These earthly beasts sensed Chun Xiang's qi, and all of them roared. They all remembered that this was the human who took their divine fruit. How vengeful! Chun Xiang laughed. Those who are not crazy will hold a grudge. You are the one who S-N-A-T-C had away their great chance to increase their divine deity. Yue smiled. When Chun Xiang got closer, he could see the appearances of these earthly beasts more clearly. They all looked very strange. They were snake-shaped, tiger-shaped, horse-shaped, and they all had one thing in common. That was that their bodies were wrapped in a layer of fire liquid. There's quite a number. There's actually 5. Chun Xiang took out the cyan dragon blade. Although these earthly beasts were still in the growth stage, they had been in the heart of the earth all year round, and they weren't afraid of the flame essence. In the end, they could only survive one. Only then could it be considered to have grown. And after one earthly beast remained, they would be able to enjoy the earthly beast fruit on their own. Every once in a while, they would be able to increase their divine deity by 2. Yue replied, "This is the terrifying aspect of earthly beast. It's time to jump up." Yueka suddenly screamed. Chun Xiang had always been paying attention to the earthly beast below. When he saw the red light suddenly flash past, he instinctively dodged, and before long it was a snake-shaped earthly beast. And when it flew over, it was as if a red lightning bolt had suddenly struck him. You actually managed to escape. Yue, hold on tight. Chun Xiang immediately dodged to the side and used the time attribute within the G. De-murdering sword techniques to slow down the snake-shaped earthly beast. Boom! Chun Xiang's body suddenly exploded with a noise. The 4-flame divine deity in his divine sense absorbed the 6 realms' power fiercely, transforming these 6 realms' power into a fire attribute divine power, and then Russ. Plussing to his left arm, he collided with the bones in his left arm. This triggered a strong burst of energy, causing his left arm to rapidly expand. The azure dragon's sword also roared, resonating in the center of the earth. After absorbing the powerful energy from Chun Xiang's left arm, the azure dragon's sword released a strong dragon qi, which rushed out from the fitness center. Plus Chun Xiang slashed at the snake head that was as thick as a water jar. The snake head earthly beast was unable to dodge in time. Its entire head was chopped off by Chun Xiang, but its body was still bounced violently. Come in. Chun Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and sealed the head and body of the earthly beast into the divine realm. After he had succeeded, Chun Xiang was extremely happy. That blade strike from before even frightened him, and if not for the aftereffects emitted from the heart of the earth, he would have been able to destroy a large part of the forest. Just as he was about to return, a weak vibration came from behind. Chun Xiang dodged hastily, but he still felt a burning sensation on his back. This animal. Chun Xiang knew that his back had just been scratched just a moment ago. What a terrifying, penetrating force to actually be able to penetrate through my scorching sun, heavenly elephant. His celestial phenomenon, Ascendant, was able to appear instantly, but the claw of the delayed tiger beast that ambushed him earlier was able to injure him. Several scratches appeared on his back. I should be using the Cloud and Cloud constellation. This was the first time Chun Xiang had gotten injured while using the scorching sun, heavenly elephant. Just now, he had already felt the claws, sharp claws, deeply pierce into his back. The tiger GODS body was huge, like an adult cow. Its entire body was wrapped in fire essence. Its red eyes shot out a strong killing intent. He opened his mouth and roared, then rushed towards Chun Xiang once again. The tiger D's body was huge, like an adult cow. Its entire body was wrapped in fire essence. Its red eyes shot out a strong killing intent. He opened his mouth and roared, then rushed towards Chun Xiang once again. What a terrifying divine sense. The instant Chun Xiang met the divine beast's gaze, he saw divine sense of the divine beast. The sky above the divine sense sea was filled with raging fire clouds, while the seawater inside the divine sense sea was frantically churning fire liquid. It was because of this that this tiger-shaped divine beast had such a violent attack power. "Don't you dare hurt me again." Qin Xiang's eyes opened, releasing a white light that shot into the eyes of the tiger God and the tiger Zhao. D's claws had already raised up, revealing its sharp claws, like a sharp dagger. Just as it was about to attack, it suddenly stopped. Even the Ma's body of the delayed tiger form was floating in the air. Die. In a flash, Qin Xiang arrived at the side of the tiger-shaped divine beast and slashed at its neck. The tiger-shaped divine beast immediately separated from its head and died on the spot. Hurry up! Just a moment ago, she had also almost been caught by him. Seeing that Qin Xiang had already flown to a relatively higher place, she heaved a sigh of relief. These fellows' offensive abilities are really frightening. Moreover, they are only in their infancy. We can see that they have yet to take shape. Oh, right, what did you do just now? Why did that guy stop? Yue, who was behind Qin Xiang's neck, did not see the two white lights that suddenly shot out from Qin Xiang's eyes. I have used the bones of my eyes to carry out my attack. After I saw his divine sense see, I immediately released a stream of energy that was condensed by the bones of my eyes towards him. Although it was very weak, upon entering that fellow's divine sense see, he actually caused his divine sense see to freeze. Qin Xiang said, I never thought that the power released from the bones in my eyes would be so special and have such a strong attack towards the divine sense see. If I were to merge it with my soul, I would definitely be even more powerful. Yue had said before that the bones of the eyes could cause serious damage to the soul of the divine sense see, and this was indeed the case. Returning to the top, Qin Xiang immediately took out an array disc and entered the time formation. He then took out the two divine beast souls from the 6 realms mirrors and fused them with his eyes' bones. Meanwhile, his body had already turned into a stream of flame essence, refined into a 6 realms power by the 6 realms mirrors. The 6 realms mirrors would produce a strong wave of 6 realms power every month, and Qin Xiang would absorb the 6 realms power into his own divine sense see to strengthen his own. It's fused. Qin Xiang's eyes flashed as flames burst out of them and shot out 2 fiery red rays of light, and an extremely terrifying wave of hot air immediately enveloped over. It's so hot. Is this released from your eyes? Yue said in shock. His eyes can actually release such power. If it were to hit a person with 6 divine deity, it should be able to directly pierce through. Qin Xiang closed his eyes and said, I can't do it yet. I don't have enough strength to concentrate it, or else it wouldn't be emitting such a strong heat. Let me try again. This is something I've created based on the heart, permeable demon eye, and the meteor immortal power. What? You made the meteor immortal power form in your eyes. Aren't you afraid that the meteor immortal power will explode out of control? That's something that can cause one's head to explode. URSHI plus Vered. She didn't think that Qin Xiang would be so reckless, but even if Qin Xiang dared to take such a risk, it would allow him to control even more power. It's fine, I have good control. Qin Xiang was extremely confident in himself. There are quite a few advantages to condensing bones from your eyes. Your eyesight has become very strong, and you can also look at other people's divine sense see and interfere with the operation of other people's divine sense see. These are all very gentle uses, and that move of yours just now was too fierce. Yue was also afraid that when Qin Xiang looked at her, his eyes would shoot out 2 beams of light that would pierce through her small body. Qin Xiang opened her eyes again, and this time the light in her eyes weren't as intense as before, but the concentrated power of the light was even more terrifying. If these 2 trials can be used on someone else's divine sense see, this would definitely be a devastating attack. Yue said in shock, Don't look at me like that, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to hurt you. Chun Xiang grabbed her and rubbed her little head while he laughed. You have the fire soul now too, and there's still 19 years of time here. What else do you need to do? Cultivate a little more divine deity, then you won't be able to partic. 1. P. 8 in the battle with the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor. Yu Er said, That's right. I already have 6 divine deity now. I can't even cultivate another one, but I can still cultivate bones. Chun Xiang took out 2 sets of bone-level Dan-S medicinal ingredients. You already have 4 bones. If you want to continue cultivating it, you will need at least a mid-tier bone-level Dan. Every time Chun Xiang condensed bones, he would condense double bone level S 2 times, and that would make 4 bones pellets. As for those strong warriors at the peak, they were at most at 9 bones, which was more than half of his original strength. Although I have 4 bones, in other aspects, I can only be considered 2 because I have only evoked the opportunity to condense bones twice. Chun Xiang laughed as he released a magic method furnace and placed the bone-level Dan's medicinal ingredients inside. Then, 2 beams of fire shot out from his eyes as he transformed the 2 sets of bone-level Dan's medicinal ingredients into medicine Ors, almost instantly completing the task. This scene scared Yuer silly. Previously, she had seen Chun Xiang burning bone-level Dan's medicinal ingredients, so it would take a period of time. But now, through her eyes, it was completed in an instant. It really is useful. Chun Xiang chuckled and said, Just now I used divine sense, sees 4 fire divine nations is, and adding the 2 flame bones in front of my eyes, I finished it in an instant, which is faster than I imagined. Yu Er took a deep breath. Those old alchemists can go and die now. Chun Xiang never thought that the bones in his eyes would actually have this kind of ability. He only recalled the steps of refining a bone-level Dan. The first thing he needed was the original source refining, the spirit blood S that were refining all kinds of divine medicines. Once the spirit blood was fused together, they could fuse all kinds of divine medicines together. However, after releasing the 2 flames from his eyes, it actually went as far as he wanted and was almost as free as he wanted. He knew that the 2 flames carried intelligence and completed these steps in an instant. It should have this effect even to the pills I have refined. I will try the Zhongping Dan again when I have divine medicine. Chun Xiang began to fuse the airma.ss into a core. It should have this effect even to the pills I have refined. I will try the Zhongping Dan again when I have divine medicine. Chun Xiang began to fuse the airma S into a core. This was refined from 2 batches of bone-level Dan S. If Chun Xiang had used this earlier, he would also need some time to increase his maximum speed. Being able to complete this in an instant had already exceeded his expectations. Only 2 divine medicines would be able to condense a single pill. This could improve the quality of the divine pills. The quality is very high, but it can't be considered a Zhongping Dan. There is still some distance between them. Yu Er said. Chun Xiang nodded his head. This one is between lower and middle graded. He placed the bone-level Dan in his mouth, and after eating it, he only needed 4 hours to refine the effects. It's not enough yet. Seems like I need 6 sets of medicinal herbs. Chun Xiang took out 6 more batches of bone-level Dan S and used the same method before to shoot out 2 streams of flames from his eyes. This time he wasn't able to instantly refine 6 batches of bone-level Dan S medicine, but his speed was still fast, and it was done in just a few blinks of an eye. This bone-level Dan's medicinal ingredients are really easy to refine. It's basically not difficult at all. Chun Xiang would be able to condense his core very soon. That's for you. If the other alchemist S were to refine it like this, who knows how many times they would have to fail before being able to succeed. Yuer understood a little about concocting pills, and it was extremely difficult for Chun Xiang to concoct a few medicinal ingredients like this together. However, right now, Chun Xiang was just playing around, casually condensing a pill. Very quickly, Chun Xiang managed to condense a high-quality bone-level Dan. After he ate it, he refined it for 14 hours, which normally required him to control it for around 6 hours. He wouldn't be able to trigger the opportunity to condense bones the first time, so he didn't think much of it and started the second time, third time, fourth time, fifth time. In just a few days, he only had one portion of bone, Level Dan's medicine, left. What's going on? Before I can trigger the opportunity, all of my medicinal herbs will be gone. Qinxiang was a little agitated. If I go look for Sister Feng now, I won't be able to get much, because not many days have said since we last met. These 100 batches of bone Level Dan S were considered to be a lot for Feng Yujie, and the rest, they would not be able to replicate that much in a short amount of time. Although Qinxiang had stayed in the time formation for a few days, he did not stay outside for too long. I can only copy it myself. Qinxiang took out the 6 realms mirrors, and while absorbing the 6 realms power, he condensed spirit liquid. The third chance is a little more difficult, and you have 4 divine deity yourself, so it's even more difficult. You need to try multiple times, and you have some patience. If that were the case, then she would have been able to balance her heart a bit. She had used 10,000 years to successfully trigger the third opportunity. Qinxiang was very patient. He did not know how many times he tried, but he only knew that after he continuously condensed spirit liquid, duplicated bone Level Dan's medicinal herbs, refined the bone Level Dan and ate and refined it, he did not succeed, and then repeated this step again. He continued to persevere like this for 18 years. She wandered outside, occasionally running to the deep pit in the center of the earth to take a look. She stayed outside for more than 10 days, then entered the time formation again. The battle with the H-E-L, Devil Emperor, is about to begin. It's time for him to return. Yuer was responsible for calculating the time. When she entered the array, she saw Qinxiang rolling and shouting on the ground. The little devil succeeded. Yuer didn't dare believe it. Qinxiang had successfully summoned the third opportunity to condense bones within the span of tens of years. Back then, she had continuously gone through this process for many years before finally succeeding. This time it's in my leg. Qinxiang's pant leg had already cracked open, and the muscles on his thigh had swelled up. Yuer was very clear that they were really going to condense bones, and as long as they could persevere on, they would definitely be able to SS. Qinxiang was in so much pain that it would have been better to die 2 days later. Did it work? Yuer looked at Qinxiang's handsome face, which was gradually recovering its color. Qinxiang closed his eyes and did not speak. He was breathing evenly, and after a while he said slowly, "I have stayed here for 18 years and have finally reached my goal. 6 divine deity, 6 bones." 6 bones? Yuer was in disbelief. What's on your legs is also a double divine deity. Qinxiang nodded. What exactly happened here? Could it be that every time I am here I become a double bone level? Could this have something to do with you possessing a second divine sense C? She was now even more convinced that Qinxiang possessed a mysterious divine sense C. Only by doing this could she explain why Qinxiang always appeared as a double bone level. Qinxiang frowned. That's possible. Why would the second divine sense C affect my bones? I don't know either. This is the first time I've seen something like this. All sorts of weird things happen to you. Why are you bowing? Yuer was a little jealous, especially at Qinxiang's double bone level. Qinxiang had already recovered his strength. He sat up, patted on his right leg, and sighed, "Why can't I be on the right arm?" It's good that you don't grow in any strange places. At the very least, it will give your legs a lot of strength. When competing with the H-E-L, Devil Emperor, can't I use divine weapons? The parts you possess, the bones, are divine weapons, especially the limbs, which are the most convenient places to attack. Yuer said. Qinxiang and Yuer walked out of the time formation, and he kept all the formation plates. Yuer, how much time do we have to start the compet? 1 time? Tomorrow morning. Yuer replied, Why? You still have to be here. Let's go. There are still 3 earthly beasts down there. We'll take care of 2 more and leave 1 here. Chun Xiang grabbed Yue, letting her lie on his shoulder. The bones of the legs does not have a soul. This is not perfect. Chun Xiang laughed and jumped into the pit. 2 of the 5 divine beasts bred in the center of the earth had already been killed by Chun Xiang, and all of them were in his eyes and bones. Now that 2 more bones have condensed in his legs, of course he had come to look for these earthly beasts. Unlucky earthly beast. Yue chuckled. This time, Chun Xiang was much more powerful than the last time he came here. Just as he came down, 2 bird-shaped earthly beasts flew over and were killed by him with a few moves. There is also a horse-shaped one. This guy is so lucky. There's no need to compete with the other earthly beast. In the future, when I grow here, I'll be able to eat 2 earthly beast fruits every so often. Yue looked at the smallest of the horse-shaped divine beasts and said with a tender smile, "This guy should be thanking you in advance. Just don't attack me next time." Chun Xiang chuckled, then flew up into the air and entered the time formation, fusing the 2 divine souls into the bones on his legs. After Chun Xiang completed the double bone level, which contained his 2 divine souls, and fused them with his legs, he felt that his legs were filled with power, just like the last time where his arm fused with his soul. After Chun Xiang completed the double bone level, which contained his 2 divine souls, and fused them with his legs, he felt that his legs were filled with power, just like the last time where his arm fused with his soul. When he walked out of the time formation, he used his great strength to stomp on the ground, causing a wave of flames to erupt. His surroundings also slightly trembled, not releasing the power he just obtained. He felt very uncomfortable. It's already very powerful. Right now, you're 6 divine deity, and 6 bones shouldn't be a problem for you to deal with an initial stage 2G. Yue exclaimed in shock. Earlier, when Chun Xiang had fiercely used the power of the meteor immortal power, it was rather terrifying for someone who only possessed 6 divine deity. All right, how much time do we have to go back and start now? Chun Xiang asked. Go back and get some sleep. You can gather in the morning, Yue said as she lay on Chun Xiang's body. After she and Chun Xiang left the tunnel and reached the surface, Chun Xiang took out an array disc and teleported to 100 Flowers Pavilion before heading to City, Lord's Mansion. It was already late at night, but the inside of the City Lord's Mansion was still lively. Wu Keiming was currently in a meeting with some big shots. Zhou Sheng, Mu Qianxiang, and the others were also in the City Lord's Mansion. Chun Xiang and the others were going to the battlefield tomorrow to fight against the 3 mysterious rankers sent by the HELL Devil Emperor. Do you know who our opponent is? Chun Xiang saw that Zhou Sheng and Mu Qianxiang were both in the hall as he walked in. Right now, one of them is Fu Tiangao, Mu Qianxiang said. We were almost tricked by this guy earlier. Luckily, we found out their motive in time. It was very normal for the son of the Fu Tian school, Fu Tiangao, to rely on the HELL Devil Emperor for his evil technique. However, for Fu Tiangao to fight in this battle, it meant that the HELL Devil Emperor attached a great deal of importance to Fu Tiangao, so he definitely had a bit of strength. The Fu Tian school has suffered heavy losses as well. Who let them think about exterminating our clan? Serves them right. I met this fellow tomorrow. I definitely won't let him off. Mu Qianxiang's face was filled with fury. Fu Tiangao and his father had previously surrounded him before, but in the end they still escaped. Zhou Sheng frowned. The situation might not be good for us because they already know what's happening on our side. On the day of the selection, there must be spies amongst the disciples that are partic. 1P. Aiding, and they will definitely leak out our details. Mu Qianxiang was also worried that they had used all their strength during the previous selection and that Chen Xiang's weakness had also been discovered by him. Although it had said through 20 days of special training, it couldn't make up for much of it. We have to find out how many spies and see how many spies he revealed, Qinxiang said. These guys don't hide so well. Although there aren't many people who partic. 1. P. Aided in the first time, it wasn't hard for us to guard against them. Zhou Sheng sighed because he had only just found out about Fu Tinggao's situation. That's why he thought that the L Devil Emperor had some people planted inside. Initially, there were only 100 or so partic. 1. P. Ants in the selection. Qinxiang rolled his eyes and said, I will go find the little baldy and have him gather all the disciples that attended the selection that day. I have a way to confirm if there is a spy. What method? Mu Qianxiang did not believe that Zhou Sheng would do the same. Secrets. Chen Xiang immediately entered the conference room and sat down. Several tens of people who were elders level penalty, heavenly DS of various major powers asked, What is it, Chen Xiang? There's something important to talk about, Chen Xiang said Zhou Sheng and Mu Qianxiang's worry. That is something that we had already thought of a long time ago. Thus, you don't have to worry about us choosing disciples very strictly, penalty, heavenly OD said. Furthermore, I am personally responsible for this. If you're really worried, then what are you going to do? Call them here first. Tell them to be worried that if something goes wrong, they might come here to be their substitute toots. Qinxiang said. Back then, they did not discover that Fu Tiangao had snuck into the devil-killing heavenly OD, so Qinxiang was still a bit worried. Wu Kaming said, The gathering is almost done. Everyone go call those brats over. LV Chilian was also there. She immediately went back to call Shuiing, Ji Meixian and Leng Yulan, who were still in hundreds of Flowers Village. Yun Xiaodao and the others were also there. In less than an hour, a great hall of the city, Lord's Mansion, was filled with people. This was not only the disciples who had partic. 1. P. Aided in the selection that day, but also some spectators who had come to watch the compet. 1. Tian. When LV Chilian came, he also told Bai Yuyu and Bai Ziqian that they were present at the time, so they had come as well. There were several hundred people here, and many of them were heavyweights and elders of a certain force. It was hard to say how long L Devil Emperor would take, but even they did not know. Right now, they were also a little worried in their hearts. Qinxiang sent a sound transmission to the penalty, heavenly D to ask him to tell him the reason behind gathering the people. The penalty, heavenly D didn't know what Qinxiang was planning, but Chen Xiang had said that he had a way of finding out whether or not there were any secrets to the event that day. So he loudly said, Among the lot of you, one of us leaked the secret to the event that day. This secret is mainly related to the way our disciples, who are partic. 1. P. Aiding fought through this. When the penalty heavenly D said this, Qinxiang's eyes, which had merged with the bones, locked onto everyone's eyes. Right when the penalty heavenly D said that, he caught 3 people whose gazes were off. There are actually 2 elders. These 2 elders should be from the floating life divine city, right? Qinxiang heard Wu Kaming talk about how Lu Fuxing from the floating city had helped him back then, so he was more concerned about the floating life divine city. Their eyes were just a little bit off. Qinxiang was not sure yet, but when he tried to take a closer look, he discovered that their divine sense, was shockingly red in color. It was obvious that they were affected by the cultivation of demonic techniques. The young man was even more so. The corpses in the divine sense, There were blood all over the place, and on top of a mountain of corpses sat his soul. His hair was messy, his eyes were red, and his body emitted a fiendish aura that soared to the sky. This guy is actually from devil-killing divine city. Chen Xiang looked at the man's attire and was very surprised to see that an outstanding disciple of the devil-killing divine city had actually mixed into his cultivation method. Chen Xiang immediately sent a sound transmission to devil-killing heavenly D and the others to inform them of the abnormality of the 3 people. The three of them noticed that Gu Dongqin and the other few big shots were looking at them. Although they looked very calm, Chun Xiang could see from the slight change in their eyes that they were panicking. Prompt this book, first update website. Baidu, please search 15.1 book website. Prompt this book, first update website. Baidu, please search 15.1 book website. Ren Tianyong was the first to move as she moved to the side of the young man. She placed one hand on his shoulder and forcefully checked the strength of the man's divine sense. See, City Lord, you are. Ah. The man suddenly cried out in pain. His body unexpectedly emitted waves of extremely terrifying evil aura. When the two elders of the floating divine city saw this, they became even more anxious. They had just wanted to capture the young people beside them as hostages, but they were sealed up by Gu Dongqin, devil-killing Heavenly Ji, and the others without being able to move. Everyone immediately distanced themselves from the three people. They were also extremely shocked to see that there was actually a spy among them, and that he did not have a good status. Just now, Gu Dongqin had secretly sent a sound transmission to Lu Fuxing. Lu Fuxing arrived in front of the two elders and coldly said, "I treated you guys well, yet you guys actually betrayed me." "City Lord, what did you say?" "This must be a misunderstanding." An old man hurriedly said, "Misunderstanding?" It was unknown what method devil-killing Heavenly Ji used when he struck out. After hitting the old man, an evil aura surged out, enveloping the entire hall. "Honestly, didn't you guys tell H.E.L. Devil Emperor about the battle that day?" Penalty Heavenly Ji asked coldly. Baiyu walked over and said in a cold voice, "Let me just search my soul and see then." Qin Xiang shouted anxiously, "Don't! Their divine soul is imprinted with the H.E.L. Devil Emperor seal. If you try to look through their memories, they will automatically destroy their own divine soul." The three spies were instantly shocked because they did not know about this matter either. However, they knew that the reason the H.E.L. Devil Emperor did anything to their divine soul was to gain the H.L. Devil Emperor's trust in them. "City Lord, when we were about to leave, he promised us that he would extend our lives, but we have to work for him." An old man said in a mournful voice, "The City Lord has always been very good to us. It's a pity that we can't improve any further. We can only die of old age, but we don't want to die. What about you? What's going on?" Rin Tianyong angrily asked as he looked at the man he had grabbed. The man suddenly sneered. His eyes turned red. His chest suddenly split open as he reached out with his hand. He held onto a black dagger tightly. His speed was extremely fast. Rin Tianyong never thought that the other party would suddenly possess such terrifying strength. It was simply too late to dodge, and just as his head was about to be penetrated, Rin Tianyong suddenly disappeared. When Qin Xiang was in danger, he used teleportation to teleport Rin Tianyong away. Otherwise, Ren Tianyong would really be in danger. Die. Devil-killing Heavenly Ji was furious. Just now, his disciple was almost done for, but seeing that Ren Tianyong was fine, he instantly flashed over and slapped the man with his golden palm. "The brat from City Lord is..." An old man who wanted to say something cried out in pain. His body was soon set ablaze by the black flames and soon turned to ash. Penalty Heavenly Ji frowned. Is this the power of the H.E.L. Devil Emperor's curse? It seems like he can't even say anything or he'll die. The remaining old man's legs trembled. He was extremely regretful that he had cooperated with the H.E.L. Devil Emperor. He did not expect that the thing that the H.E.L. Devil Emperor had left behind in their divine soul could take their lives at any time. "I can't say it now either. Otherwise I will die." The old man's face was bitter and bitter. Chun Xiang walked over and looked at the old man. The old man's eyes had penetrated into his divine sense, and found the old man's main divine soul. There was the H.E.L. L Devil Emperor's mark between his eyebrows. You can say it now, Qinxiang said. If you say it out loud, you won't die, so you should be able to feel that the imprint L Devil Emperor left on your divine soul was erased by me just now. Devil-killing Heavenly G, O, D, and the others were shocked. They were surprised by Qinxiang's methods. Just now. That brat was the proud disciple of the L Devil Emperor, and he was sent to the devil-killing divine city a long time ago. When the old man realized that he was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and continued. The L Devil Emperor already knows about the details of the battle here. Of course, we also know a little about their situation. What about the other two? Lu Fuxing asked. The other two are very mysterious. I don't know much about them. They are very arrogant. Even the experts beside L Devil Emperor are looked down by them. The old man replied. Gu Dongqin took a light breath. It was obvious that those two arrogant people were from the divine nations. All of you go back and rest. Rest in the morning and have a good fight, said Gu Dongqin. The old man was brought away by them. Qinxiang had already guessed long ago that there would definitely be a divine nations who would fight on the side of the city, Lord's mansion. Qinxiang soon went to sleep fighting for a good state in the morning. He woke up to see Mu Qianxiang in the courtyard. Mu Qianxiang immediately walked over and smiled sweetly. Why do I feel like you've gotten stronger again? As she said that, she took out a large plate of roasted meat and gave it to Qinxiang. She was a big foodie and was going to fight today, so she specially made some delicious food for Qinxiang. Good girl. Qinxiang took it over and wolfed it down. Seeing the look on his face, Mu Qianxiang giggled. Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin also came to the courtyard with Zhou Sheng following behind them. You can go outside the city. Right now, everyone is already waiting on top of the city walls. Gu Dongqin couldn't help but laugh when he saw that Qinxiang was still eating. After Qinxiang finished eating the meat, he laughed and said, Calm down. What worries me the most is that there are other plots going on in the L Devil Emperor. As long as there's no war right now, it's fine, Gu Dongqin said. He had considered things from a long-term perspective. If he fought with the army of the L Devil Emperor this time, they would not have enough strength to fight against the other powers of the Super D realm. Those powers in the Super D realm would definitely not tolerate the sudden appearance of such a huge force pressuring them. The great formation of the Nine Heaven City did not close Qinxiang and the others who had come outside the city via the transmission array. They had come to ensure Mu Qianxiang's and Zhou Sheng's safety, the devil-killing Heavenly G. Penalty Heavenly G. D Gu Dongqin, LV Chilian, and Long Huishan were all outside the city, while the others were all watching them from atop the city walls. The HELL Devil Emperor's side had also sent many strong HELL Devil Emperors and Fire GODS puppets. It seemed like their overall strength was much stronger than the Nine Heaven School side. It was no wonder that Gu Dongqin was worried that they would be unable to recover from the great battle after losing both of them. The HELL Devil Emperor's side had also sent many strong HELL Devil Emperors and Fire GODS puppets. It seemed like their overall strength was much stronger than the Nine Heaven School side. It was no wonder that Gu Dongqin was worried that they would be unable to recover from the great battle after losing both of them. Qinxiang, long time no see. We're old enemies too. This time, you better be careful and not lose your life. HELL Devil Emperor wore a dark red armor, and the middle-aged man's face was filled with ferocity. Even though he did not emit any demonic aura, he looked very scary. Back then, when I was still very weak, didn't you do all you could to kill me? The one who should be careful is an evil demon like you. You should be able to live for so long. Wu Keiming took out the black ball that tested the divine deity and said, Let your people cooperate a little. This is to prevent anyone with 6 divine deity and above from sneaking in. HELL Devil Emperor also took out a divine deity testing treasure. It was a red bead, and he said with a sneer, You should also let your people cooperate with me. I'm more worried that you guys are cheating." At this time, one of the three young men who walked out from behind the L Devil Emperor was Fu Tiangao. When he saw Chen Xiang, his face was filled with anger, and he was extremely jealous of him, because he knew that Chen Xiang had many outstanding women by his side, and this Mu Qianxiang in front of him was Chen Xiang's recognized sister. The other two men were dressed in white. There was not a single emotion on their faces, and their eyes were filled with coldness, as if nothing in the world could be placed in their eyes. However, they were extremely cooperative as they tested the quant. 1. Tai of their divine deity. After the test, they were all given 6 divine deities. What was more surprising was that the rays of light they gave off during the test were very bright, much brighter than Zhou Shang and his. This meant that their divine deity was special and strong. Take as many divine deity as you have. How many specks of light are in this bead? After L Devil Emperor tossed the bead in his hand to Zhou Shang to receive, 6 white specks of light instantly appeared within your red bead. After the test is finished, place it on the ground. Wait for the specks of light to disappear before moving on to the next one. Then Mu Qianxiang picked it up and 6 more light dots appeared on top of it. After showing it to L Devil Emperor, she placed it back on the ground. It was Chen Xiang's turn to be serious. At this time, because he already knew that Chen Xiang only possessed 4 divine deity, and 4 of them already displayed extremely strong strength, he wanted to see if it was true. Although Chen Xiang had been at the side of the black ball before, the L Devil Emperor felt that it was not accurate. After Chen Xiang picked it up, 6 white specks of light immediately appeared inside the red bead. Chen Xiang actually had 6 divine deities. Mu Qianxiang and Zhou Shang both felt extremely surprised. It was simply impossible for Chen Xiang to condense 2 divine deity from the first 20 days. What's going on? Could it be that our previous measurement was not accurate? WANG genes. HI Plus was extremely surprised. Does this kid originally have 6 divine deity? Did he purposefully suppress 2 sets of divine deity before? It's very possible that this brat has always liked to hide his own strength, Bai Yu said. Amongst this group of people, she understood Chen Xiang the most. Only LV Chilian knew that Chen Xiang had gone to Xue Xianxian and the others to borrow a time formations formation plate. However, she still could not believe that it would be possible to condense 2 divine deity that quickly even after 20 years of time. After all, the higher one went, the harder it was. L Devil Emperor also saw the surprise on Gu Dongqin and the others' faces and knew that they were puzzled about the 2 divine deities that suddenly appeared from Chen Xiang's body. Right now, everyone secretly thought that Chen Xiang had deliberately concealed 2 divine deity. If that was really the case, would he be hiding another divine deity? Is Master still hiding other divine deity? Fu Tiangao also knew that Chen Xiang only had 4 divine deities before. If he is still hiding, then wouldn't we be at a disadvantage? This is impossible. This treasure was refined by our great national master. On the basis of it, he can't fool this treasure. A man in white said. Hearing him say that great national master was sure that Chen Xiang was from divine nations, yet he was secretly helping the HELL Devil Emperor. So what if he has 7 divine deity? I can still kill him. The other white-clothed man laughed coldly as he looked at Chen Xiang with disdain. The HELL Devil Emperor Pa-S, said the red bead to a white-clothed man and said, the 3 people that will be partic. 1. P. Aiding are Nia Lin and Don Lijun. Gu Dongqin said, we are Mu Qianxiang, Zhou Shang, Chen Xiang. Fortunately, according to the rules of the compet, 1. Tie-in if no one is allowed to partic. 1 P. 8. Then just admit defeat and take responsibility. L Devil Emperor laughed sinisterly as he looked at Chen Xiang and continued. The process of the compet. 1. Tie-in is to not allow the use of weapons the moment you use one, even if you violate the rules of the compet. 1. Tie-in. You will still have to go through with the contract now. All the partic. 1p. Ants from both sides had made a promise not to use divine weapons or divine armors, and also made a promise that they only had 6 divine deity. When this contract was completed, it would also mean that Chen only had 6 divine deity. If you violate the contract, I will not take your lives. It will only give you a headache, El Devil Emperor said. Earlier, I clearly knew that you cannot consume pellets after getting injured unless you withdraw. This contract was very fair to both sides. On our side, Fu Tiangao is going to fight. If he wins, he can continue to fight against the partic. 1p. Ants on your side. El Devil Emperor said. If you win, he can choose to continue fighting or change his opponent. Fu Tiangao had already walked out. I'll take care of them all myself. You guys must run off the stage in time to admit defeat. I won't be merciful even in front of beauties. The enchantments of the dueling platform were set up by the strong experts of both sides. Although the aftermath of the battle was very strong and they couldn't escape, they could fall out or go back and rest for a while. If it really wasn't possible, they could only withdraw and not fight again. In Zhou Sheng's first match, he had controlled the power of time to let Qin Xiang and Mu Qianxiang clearly see that Fu Tiangao's control over the power of time also had a very strong ability to protect himself. The fighting stage was quite large, like a small square. It wasn't easy for it to fall out, and if one admitted defeat, one had to run off the stage. If the opponent was too strong, there was no time to run down and admit defeat. There would be danger. The fighting stage was quite large, like a small square. It wasn't easy for it to fall out, and if one admitted defeat, one had to run off the stage. If the opponent was too strong, there was no time to run down and admit defeat. There would be danger. After Zhou Sheng walked onto the stage, he was a little worried because the other party knew them like the back of his hand. However, they knew nothing about the enemy, which was why they were at a disadvantage. Although Zhou Sheng had gone through 20 days of training, he still had not fixed the flaw that Chen Xiang had discovered. But if the other party knew that he had used it extremely well, it would be a difficult battle for him. When he went up on stage, Gu Dongqin sent a sound transmission to him, telling him to stand to the side as much as possible. To Gu Dongqin, even if they lost on his side, just a little Xin Yuan stone would not be enough to make up for the loss of an outstanding disciple. As for disciples like Zhou Sheng, who used the power of time, they were even rarer and more precious. The rules should be clear. El Devil Emperor sneered. Walk to the center. The square stage was 300 to 400 feet wide, and there were only 2 people standing on it. It seemed very Asias. Zhou Sheng was a little nervous. He could tell that this was the first time he had experienced such a fight, and in the past he had always been fighting with his own people, but now he was fighting with such a cunning enemy, or at least using his evil qi. Begin, El Devil Emperor suddenly roared, scaring everyone, causing them to be secretly shocked. They all started to shout, while Zhou Sheng was the first to attack. In the previous matches, he had used 8 time clones from the very beginning, but now he was using 16. This was his limit. Kid who controls time, haha. Fu Tiangao suddenly laughed sinisterly. The black aura around his body started to surge. Zhou Sheng's time clone, who was just about to get close, was immediately affected by it. Zhou Sheng didn't know what method the other party used, but he knew that his time and energy had been greatly restricted. Now he knew that the 2 brothers did not have enough control over the power of time, and that there was a fatal flaw. It's a soul form. Chen Xiang frowned. He released a lot of dead souls just now. These dead souls are connected with Fu Tiangao's divine soul, and are equivalent to a part of him, so time and energy are useless against these dead souls. At this moment, he realized that it was extremely difficult to control the power of time. He immediately understood that the barrier was simply too strong, and changing the time inside of the barrier was extremely difficult, and he secretly hated himself in his heart. He was strong in the power of time, but being in a useless place like this, he had already been restricted greatly in his power. Zhou Sheng suddenly cried out in pain. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. A black shadow had struck his back. It was a fist that had been transformed into a ghost, and Zhou Sheng was unable to change the timing of the attack. Furthermore, the opponent's attack was extremely fast, and even if it came from all directions, it would be difficult for him to dodge. "Come down!" At this time, they had also realized that because the barrier was too strong and Zhou Sheng's use of the power of time wasn't good enough, she was definitely limited by a certain amount of restrictions. Zhou Sheng's back was hit. Not only were his body injured, his divine soul had also suffered some sort of injury. What shocked him was that he was currently surrounded by a large number of souls. All of them had been refined and possessed very strong powers. Under Fu Tinggao's control, they turned into fists or legs and rushed towards Zhou Sheng. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Sheng had been hit multiple times again. "I don't believe I can't kill you." Fu Tinggao's power was very strong. The undead spirits that he had controlled were able to suppress Zhou Sheng, and he had not made a move yet. But right now he was Russ. Plussing towards Zhou Sheng as his palm suddenly grew larger, his fingertips growing long and sharp. The skin of his palm became rough, and black smoke emitted out of it, making him look like a demon's claw, which was extremely terrifying. Fu Tiangao flew over as fast as lightning and used his terrifying claw to stab toward Zhou Sheng, who had been retreating this entire time, had already sensed it. Humph! Black skin appeared on Fu Tiangao's face, and he seemed to be even more powerful than before. He snorted angrily and quickly retracted his hand, ripping off Zhou Sheng's arm. After Zhou Sheng let out a miserable cry, another arm grew out from the area of his severed arm. Was even more furious now with his cultivation of the evil demon. He would have easily been able to enlarge his evil thoughts. If a normal person was only envious of Zhou Sheng's abilities, but Fu Tiangao was crazy with jealousy. If he could not obtain it, he would destroy it. This time, he reached his claws out towards Zhou Sheng's neck. His speed was even faster than last time, and his strength was even stronger than last time. Because Zhou Sheng had already walked down the stage, this was equivalent to him admitting defeat. Fu Tiangao couldn't attack him anymore. "Brat, don't ever go on stage again. I won't give you another chance next time." Fu Tiangao said angrily. He had already recovered to his original appearance. The way he looked just now when he was angered was extremely terrifying. "Qianxiang, do you think you can take care of him?" Gu Dongchen asked. If Mu Qianxiang could not do it, Qianxiang would directly go up, and then Fu Tinggao's strength was truly terrifying. Zhou Sheng could only concede. "I'll try." Mu Qianxiang said, "Since we are here, we should fight." Chen Xiang sent a sound transmission to her. "It is enough for you to use the Devil Slayer clan to deal with him. This kind of evil demon is most afraid of this kind of thing. You should be more familiar with the Devil Slayer clan, right?" "Yes." Mu Qianxiang jumped up onto the stage. Upon seeing him, Fu Tinggao's eyes instantly revealed an evil light, as though she wanted to pull him out completely. "Begin!" L Devil Emperor shouted, and Fu Tiangao suddenly flashed and appeared behind Mu Qianxiang. He pressed his lips together a little and used his pair of evil claws to fiercely stab Mu Qianxiang in the back. Mu Qianxiang was extremely vigilant, and when she noticed that Fu Tiangao had disappeared, she immediately left her original position to avoid the pair of demon claws. When she tried to avoid the claws, her jade hand shot out a gold light that was filled with the sacred power of exterminating devils, hitting Fu Tiangao's body and turning into a chain that tied Fu Tiangao up. Demons slaying chains. "You did a good job." W-A-N-G Jeans. H-I plus heaved a sigh of relief. She was worried about Mu Qianxiang because that Fu Tiangao was too terrifying. After Mu Qianxiang tied Fu Tiangao up, he released her few swords that were condensed from Ji. D power. She controlled these swords to form a sword formation and pierced towards Fu Tiangao. You're underestimating me, D-A-M-N-U. Fu Tiangao laughed out loud. After shattering the golden chains on his body, he let out a furious roar, and a terrifying scene appeared. 6 arms suddenly appeared from his back. These arms were all black and rough skin. They all had those kind of terrifying demon claws. Come down. Qianxiang anxiously shouted. Mu Qianxiang clenched her teeth, increased the power of her swords, and quickly ran down the stage. In the blink of an eye, she was about to leave the stage, but her back was still hit by a flying demon claw. Mu Qianxiang was sent flying and off the stage. Qianxiang rushed over to catch her, and she incinerated the palm that had stabbed into his back. At the same time, Mu Qianxiang was also severely injured. I'm leaving, Mu Qianxiang shouted. She was injured at the moment. If he did not save her, she would be in danger. Now, it was Qianxiang's turn to go up on stage. Neither Zhou Sheng nor Mu Qianxiang could be a match for him. Zhou Sheng had defeated both of them in such a short period of time, and he had even lost in such a pathetic manner. If Zhou Sheng didn't have the time and energy to heal his injuries, he would probably be even more injured than Mu Qianxiang right now. Zhou Sheng had defeated both of them in such a short period of time, and he had even lost in such a pathetic manner. If Zhou Sheng didn't have the time and energy to heal his injuries, he would probably be even more injured than Mu Qianxiang right now. Mu Qianxiang had already consumed a pill and was teleported back to the city. She stood on the city wall and looked at Fu Tiangao, who had recovered from his injuries. This fellow is simply a demon. I hope nothing will happen to your brother. Mu Qianxiang had clearly felt the difference between her and Fu Tiangao just now. She had used the power of the Devil Slayer, but the effect wasn't obvious, and she was still forcefully suppressed by the opponent. Big Bro will definitely be able to beat him. His opponents are the 2 fellows from Divine Nations. Leng Yulan said. Qianxiang walked up the stage and slowly walked to the center, saying, I didn't expect you to actually do such a disgusting thing in order to get power. I really admire you for that. What did you say? When Fu Tiangao saw Qianxiang, his anger surged for some reason, especially when he thought about how Qianxiang was hugging so many beautiful and outstanding women. His heart almost exploded with rage. The only reason you can become so strong is because of that demon. I know that your Fu Tian school cultivates a type of Noris. Plussing evil technique. Are you trying to pick up nourishment for that kind of demon? Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to fuse so well with their powers. Qianxiang smiled faintly. Qianxiang had only just stared into Fu Tiangao's eyes, yet he could directly see his divine sense, which was filled with demons. Originally, Fu Tiangao was a good girl, but in order to obtain power, he stayed together with the demon. Currently, he was gradually being affected by the demon, so his divine sense should have had all kinds of beauties, but now he was actually a demon. What made Qianxiang feel the most saddened was that Fu Tiangao did not wish to do so. He could no longer control his own divine sense. Say a little more, because you won't have a chance to say more in the future. Both of Fu Tiangao's hands had already become devil claws, and as his face gradually turned black, his eyes suddenly grew larger, becoming half human and half demon. The demonic aura that continuously surged out from his body was also extremely terrifying, to the point that the stage was shaking. Qianxiang had already walked to the middle and lightly said, That's right, you won't have a chance to hear me speak anymore in the future, because you're going to die very soon. El Devil Emperor could not wait any longer and shouted loudly, Begin! He had not seen Qianxiang for many years, and now he also wanted to see just how strong Qianxiang was. Of course, he wished to see Qianxiang die a horrible death even more, and Fu Tiangao's methods would definitely cause Qianxiang to die a miserable death. Chan Xiang did not attack first, but stood at his original position with a composed expression. Fu Tiangao had long been furious. His body had been turned into a monster by his anger. He roared like a demon and rushed towards Qin Xiang. His hands were like two black swords as they stabbed at Qin Xiang. These two claws were extremely terrifying. Mu Qianxiang and Zhou Sheng almost died under the claws. But now Fu Tiangao's attacks were even more ferocious. As the spectators were looking at Fu Tiangao, who seemed to have gone berserk, they were even more shocked. Seeing Fu Tiangao attacking, they almost shouted out, afraid that Qin Xiang would be instantly killed. The outcome was outside of everyone's expectations. Facing these two claws, he would definitely have to dodge. But not only did Qin Xiang do not do so, he even reached out to grab the other party's palms. Fu Tiangao suddenly perspired profusely. His hands that were filled with immense amounts of demonic qi was actually immobilized and was grabbed tightly by Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang raised his right leg and swept towards Fu Tiangao's thick waist, breaking the body that had turned into a demon from the waist. The extremely strong Fu Tiangao just now had easily defeated Mu Qianxiang and Zhou Sheng, but his body had actually been cut into two pieces, and it was even broken by someone's leg. This was the right leg of the double bone level that Qin Xiang condensed, and the divine soul of two powerful earthly beasts had also fused inside. Qin Xiang did not use the meteor immortal power. He only poured the fire G-O-D energy that was transformed from the four fire G-O-D divine deity into his legs. The power could be said to be extremely terrifying, and without the divine armor, it was simply impossible for him to resist. You're just SO. At this moment, Qin Xiang was still holding onto Fu Tiangao's hands. He lightly tossed and threw the upper half of Fu Tiangao's body to the ground. His right leg burned with raging flames as he fiercely stomped down towards Fu Tiangao's lower half. Boo! Oh. Everyone only saw sparks flying in all directions, and Fu Tiangao's lower body was already turned into slag. This gave everyone a huge shock, and Fu Tiangao was already very scary. But Qin Xiang was even more powerful, as he instantly slashed Fu Tiangao's body into two pieces. Then he stomped on Fu Tiangao's lower body till it became dust. This kind of strength didn't seem like the power of the sixth divine deity at all. It had to be known that Fu Tiangao's strength had already far surpassed said the ordinary sixth divine deity. Mu Qianxiang and Zhou Sheng were both outstanding divine G-O-D-S of the sixth divine deity, but they could only retreat in defeat against Fu Tiangao. Just how strong was Qin Xiang? No one had been able to find out, but the primordial G-O-D-S present actually doubted whether they could defeat such a terrifying Qin Xiang with the power of the primordial G-O-D. Fu Tiangao crawled on the ground with both hands. He wanted to lie down and fight, but Qin Xiang would not let him succeed. He jumped over, and when he landed, his feet congealed into strong flame power S and stepped on Fu Tiangao's body. Boo! Oh. A wave of flames surged from under Qin Xiang's feet and spread in all directions. This stomp of Qin Xiang's used a very strong fire divine power. After all, it was the upper half of his body. With Fu Tiangao's divine sense, he wanted to destroy it once and for all. The stage was covered in blazing fire, but it disappeared very quickly as if Qin Xiang had just absorbed it. Fu Tiangao had already disappeared, but there was only black dust on the ground. Everyone looked at the smoldering ashes and could not help but H-I plus fur. The terrifying Fu Tiangao from just a moment ago was done for. So there was such a huge gap between us. It seems like he was only playing around with me the last time we competed. The astonished Leng Yulan said in a heavy tone, Qin Xiang this be A-S-T-A-R-D-D-A-M, and that's scary. Zhu Rong had fought with Qin Xiang before, so when he recalled that he wasn't injured when he lost, he felt extremely lucky. The ones who were most shocked were of course the Supreme G-O-D-S who had maintained the barrier the most. Just now, Gu Dongqin and the others could clearly feel that the aftershock was extremely strong. They only had 6 divine deity and felt very suspicious of Qin Xiang. Although Fu Tiangao was strong, the intensity of his power was still within their range of power, and Qin Xiang was simply too terrifying. He looked at Nie Lin and Dong Lijun, the 2 men whose faces were still filled with arrogance. They had come from the divine nations, and were even connected to some great national master. Nie Lin, Dong Lijun, who will go up first. You should have seen Qin Xiang's strength. The HEL Devil Emperor hesitated for a moment, then said, If you can't beat him, then forget it. Qin Xiang will not show mercy at that time. Don't worry, the one who died was him. Even though I, Nie Lin, am not very strong in divine nations, I have more than enough to kill him. Nie Lin walked up the stage. On the city wall, everyone was suspicious of Qin Xiang's power, but Nie Lin felt that he was stronger than him. On the city wall, everyone was suspicious of Qin Xiang's power, but Nie Lin felt that he was stronger than him. How's the fight going? Long Shui ran over in a hurry and pulled Mu Qianxiang along as he asked, Why are you here? Did you leave? Mu Qianxiang nodded, then quickly and simply told Long Shui about the battle. Long Shui looked at Nie Lin and said, This guy has a sickness. See how little scoundrel will torture him to death later. Yueter said, Nie Lin is not in the fighting stage, so I am unable to feel Qin Xiang's strength. Furthermore, he looked down on the Fu Tiangao who was killed, so he felt that Fu Tiangao was not that strong. Qin Xiang stood in the middle and watched Nie Lin walking over. He stared fixedly at Nie Lin's eyes, and immediately saw that Nie Lin's divine sense sea was actually a divine sense sea that was filled with lightning. Nie Lin's divine sense sea, which was filled with lightning of various colors, was constantly striking at the violently surging ocean waves. So he was using the thunder power. Qin Xiang could only see all of this from his opponent's divine sense sea. He guessed that Nie Lin did not have much ambition, and was only focused on training his Thunder G, D powers. HEL Devil Emperor was anxious to see Nie Lin's strength. He was not afraid of Nie Lin dying. He was even more excited because if Nie Lin died, the divine nations would definitely be more furious. Begin. HEL Devil Emperor saw Nie Lin walking in the middle and anxiously shouted. Nie Lin made his move very quickly. He had only raised his hand slightly and made a quick swatting motion. A flash of lightning appeared in his arm, and he released a lightning whip towards Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang also did not expect that the other party's casual slaps would be so fast and that his strength was frightening, hitting him in the face with a whip. Uft! The moment Qin Xiang's face was struck, he felt an extremely vast force hitting his face, as though it was going to shatter it. When he flew out, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Xiang was sent flying. Lying on the ground, there was a whip mark on his face. He did not expect his opponent's attack to be so fast, causing him to be unable to prepare in time. He's much weaker than I imagined. Nie Lin snorted in disdain. When he spoke, he immediately waved his hands and lashed out dozens of times at the same time, all of them striking Qin Xiang's body. The moment Qin Xiang laid on the ground, he only wanted to get up, but he was immediately pressed down by the incoming pressure. Soon after, he felt his body was struck by several tens of fierce and violent attacks, which made him spit out a large mouthful of blood. The opponent's strength was truly too strong, and coupled with his extremely fast speed, he simply did not have any time to defend. Just a moment ago, Qin Xiang had easily killed Fu Tiangao and displayed an extremely terrifying strength. But now he had been ruthlessly beaten by Nie Lin from the start. Mu Qianxiang bit her lips and said softly, "Brother, quickly get up!" Qin Xiang looked like he had been beaten badly. As he lay on the ground, unable to get up, he laughed out loud, full of disdain. This time, Nie Lin had only whipped Qin Xiang twice, and Qin Xiang had already turned into smoke. This made Nie Lin frown, because he did not plan to kill Qin Xiang this quickly. The moment Qin Xiang turned into smoke, Qin Xiang's friends all started to shout, but after seeing that cloud of smoke floating to a certain place and turning into Qin Xiang, they all calmed down. I won't die that easily. Qin Xiang wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had just used the cloud sky sculpture. This was his innate ability and had a very unique power. It could turn his strong body into smoke to avoid attacks. The moment Qin Xiang appeared, Nian Lin had already lashed out at him ruthlessly a few times. However, after hitting his body, the places where Qin Xiang's four matches were held would scatter like mist and then reform. Is this an innate ability of the body? Nian Lin finally left his original position, and at the moment he disappeared, waves of electric currents suddenly appeared around Qin Xiang, and at the moment he looked as though he was trapped in a cage made of electric wire. Trapped! Qin Xiang struck the electric threads once, and a strong electrical current entered into his body, causing his entire body to tremble. This cage was created by him. Qin Xiang was shocked. At the same time, a strong pressure came from all directions, causing the cage to gradually shrink. Goodbye. Nian Lin suddenly appeared and punched at Qin Xiang. When his fist struck the stage, the resulting force tore apart the stage, causing lightning to dance around. Nian Lin's fist was covered with thick layers of electric threads. Just now he had used a lightning cage to trap Qin Xiang, preventing him from escaping. It's still too early to say such words. Qin Xiang's left hand appeared in an extremely strange manner, and as it emitted flames, it grabbed onto Nian Lin's fist, which was filled with a violent energy. Nian Lin was startled. He was extremely clear about the power of his fist. He had used this level of power several times before, and could kill his opponent easily, but this time his fist was caught, and what made him extremely shocked was when the thunder power struck Qin Xiang's palm. Qin Xiang was actually fine. S left arm condensed with bones. It was incomparably powerful, and was not something Nian Lin could compare to. Even if Nian Lin's arm also had bones, it was only a single bones, which was simply too far away from Qin Xiang's 2 bones S. Nian Lin had 6 divine deity S, and the power of his punch could possibly be the power of 4 divine deity S. But the power Qin Xiang was currently using was indeed the 6 divine deity S in his body and the 2 divine deity S on his arms, as well as the 2 energies constantly surging from his right leg. It was equivalent to 10 divine deity S. Among them, were bones S that were still difficult to cultivate. Qin Xiang suddenly increased his strength, causing Nian Lin's fist to clench into a fist. Nian Lin's face suddenly contorted and warped. The sudden pain was something he was not prepared to endure. Ah! Nian Lin screamed in pain. His fist was actually crushed by Qin Xiang, blood spurting out. Everyone watching felt their scalps go numb. Just what kind of power was this? To be able to forcibly shatter another person's fist. And the frightening power that Nian Lin unleashed was actually blocked by one of Qin Xiang's arms. Goodbye. The moment Qin Xiang's voice fell, his right foot had already swept towards Nian Lin's head. Nian Lin's head was gone. He fell to the ground, his neck still smoking. Obviously his head was wiped off by the scorching energy. Nian Lin, who was extremely arrogant a moment ago, was only left with a headless body on the stage. The young ranker from Divine Nations was already dead, and even more so died so straightforwardly. He was killed by Qin Xiang in a few moves. Previously, he talked about how strong he was when he got on the stage, but now he was killed by Qin Xiang just like that Fu Tiangao. The young ranker from Divine Nations was already dead, and even more so died so straightforwardly. He was killed by Qin Xiang in a few moves. Previously, he talked about how strong he was when he got on the stage, but now he was killed by Qin Xiang, just like that Fu Tiangao. When L Devil Emperor saw that the strength that Qin Xiang had displayed was even stronger than before, he became even more furious and wished that he could go up on the stage and slap Qin Xiang to death now. Previously, he thought that Qin Xiang's strength was still far from his level, but if this continued, it wouldn't be long before Qin Xiang Serpa said him. From the beginning till the end, his expression had never changed, and even when Niao Lin was killed, he did not feel anything. It seemed that Niao Lin's death did not allow him to see Qin Xiang's strength in a new light, and at the moment he was looking at Qin Xiang with the same expression of disdain as before. Dong Lijun, you are the only one left. Whether or not you can turn the tide depends on you. The H.E.L. Devil Emperor said that if he lost the compet, 1. Taiyan here, not only would he not get the Shenyuan stone, they would also not be able to cause trouble for a long period of time. Although Dong Lijun did not speak as arrogantly as Niao Lin, he seemed to be even more arrogant. When H.E.L. Devil Emperor was speaking to him, he did not even spare him a glance as he lazily walked onto the stage. In his eyes, the battle was not important. He did not even put him in his eyes. Are all these divine nations people seriously ill? Each one is more arrogant than the last. Long Xue scoffed. However, this guy seems to be quite calm. Although Dong Lijun had a stern and arrogant face, he was still extremely cautious at the moment. Once he got on the stage, he became extremely vigilant. Seeing Dong Lijun being so serious, Qin Xiang was also very interested in him, and immediately looked into his eyes. Dong Lijun's divine sense, See, immediately appeared, and to his surprise, there was nothing inside Dong Lijun's divine sense See. Qin Xiang had seen a lot of divine sense See, so even if he saw a lot of strange divine sense See, he would not be surprised. But this time, seeing this divine sense See that was like the ocean in reality, he was very shocked. It was because this divine sense See was very similar to him, and his divine sense See looked the same. It was just that there was an additional island, and his divine soul was also on that island. I can't see it at all. Could it be that he possesses the ability to conceal the true face of the divine sense See? Qin Xiang was very suspicious in his heart. If this wasn't the case, then he felt that this Dong Lijun might be the same as him, hiding a mysterious second divine sense See. Dong Lijun did not directly walk to the center of the stage, but walked around Qin Xiang. He was actually examining Qin Xiang at the bottom of the stage, and then looked at the broken parts on the stage. Although Niao Lin is very arrogant, he possesses a certain level of strength. He himself possesses 6 divine deity and 1 bones, yet he died so easily. Dong Lijun said lightly, from the qi that you are partic, 1, P, aiding in, you must have used the power of bones. Dong Lijun had finally walked in the middle. This meant that he was already prepared, and even though H.E.L. Devil Emperor was shouting begin, Dong Lijun and Qin Xiang didn't move. In other words, you possess 3 bones? Qin Xiang frowned. Was different from Niao Lin, although he looked arrogant on the surface. He was actually so cautious in his way of doing things. It seemed like this was his habit, no matter who the opponent was. He would first check the opponent's strength. Dong Lijun was unable to sense Qin Xiang's power from outside, so he was unable to accurately judge Qin Xiang's strength. However, after he walked onto the stage, he had a rough estimate that he would need to pay attention to his opponent. How many bones I have is not important. The important thing is that I can defeat you. Dong Lijun took a deep breath. A gold light suddenly flashed past his eyes, and they instantly turned gold. Qin Xiang retreated a few steps back. It was as if Dong Lijun had become a completely different person. The strength of his body seemed to have increased by many times. The pressure he was releasing was already enough to crack the stage, causing the bricks to shatter. What exactly is going on? Qin Xiang did not understand how this Dong Lijun in front of him used such a powerful skill to suddenly become so strong. His eyes were still gold, and the light in his eyes made Qin Xiang feel an indescribable heat. Be serious. In a flash, he arrived beside Qin Xiang and kicked him in the left arm. His leg shone with a golden light, as if it contained an endless amount of power, and when he kicked Qin Xiang's left arm, the extremely fast speed and terrifying power caused S.P.C. to ripple, and black cracks actually appeared on it. To think that I can't move. Chun Xiang was shocked. He immediately channeled all the energy in his body to move. Seeing that the kick was about to come over, Chun Xiang finally moved his body slightly to the side, but he was too slow. Even though he was able to move, his left arm was kicked, causing a large chunk of flesh to fly out. It was just a single kick, but it was as if he had been cut by a blade. Chun Xiang looked at the shocking wound and saw that there was actually the kind of golden light on it. Dong Lijun could not hold Chun Xiang still for too long. After kicking him, Chun Xiang immediately felt his entire body relax, and then distancing himself from Dong Lijun, he began to circulate the alive slain method to repair his injured arm, at the same time using the heavenly alchemy to refine the gold light on his arm, to prevent it from seeping into his body and causing fatal injuries. This is a pure yang divine body. Chun Xiang, you must be careful of his pure yang energy. The devil-killing heavenly Ji, Di suddenly shouted. This power is like a sharp blade. If it enters the body, it can grind the organs into pieces. Chun Xiang didn't have the slightest understanding of the pure yang divine body, but after knowing the characteristics of this power, he secretly became nervous. If he had not refined that power just now, then it would have definitely infiltrated into his body and wreaked havoc there. The consequences were unimaginable. This kind of power has a numbing power. It's to prevent one from feeling pain when entering the body. But why is it that the moment it enters the body, the muscles will not tighten and it can directly enter? It's too terrifying. Chun Xiang looked at the Dong Lijun, who was currently laughing coldly, and his heart still had lingering fear. He looked at the piece of flesh on his arm that was kicked out. It had actually been twisted into a liquid by that power. It could be seen that Dong Lijun had only lightly used the blade-like pure yang divine power just now. At this time, Chun Xiang already had a shadow over that power. He did not want to be hit by that power again, and he would definitely suffer serious injuries. It could be seen that Dong Lijun had only lightly used the blade-like pure yang divine power just now. At this time, Chun Xiang already had a shadow over that power. He did not want to be hit by that power again, and he would definitely suffer serious injuries. What he did not understand was how the other party was able to stop him just now. It's here again. Just as Chun Xiang was pondering about how he was frozen, he once again felt his body unable to move. This is actually caused by the power within my own body. The power within my body is actually controlled by him. Chun Xiang's face was filled with astonishment. He looked at Dong Lijun, who was standing afar, and saw that Dong Lijun was smiling complacently, but he had suddenly disappeared. Chun Xiang was panicking. This Dong Lijun had already attacked, and right now he could already feel the terrifying pure yang energy coming from Dong Lijun. He only controls the power within my divine sense C. I cannot use the 6 realms power inside. Chun Xiang immediately controlled the 6 realms power to return to the divine sense C. Originally, in order to erupt with a very strong power at any moment, 6 realms power would gather in his limbs and bones. The reason he was frozen was because no one knew what these 6 realms power were controlled by Dong Lijun. After taking back the 6 realms power, Chun Xiang's leg slipped and he activated the shrinking step. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the side of the stage, avoiding Dong Lijun's swift punch that was made with the pure yang divine spirit. So close! If my reaction was a bit slower, I wonder what would have happened to me. I wonder if my art of breeding heavenly elephants will be able to stop this guy's pure yang energy. Chun Xiang was not clear about this, but he did not dare try. If he was unable to resist, then without the help of a profound Wu clothing, his body would be punched dy holes. Dong Lijun was also a little surprised. He never thought that Chun Xiang would actually discover that he could control the mysterious power so quickly. This guy must have some sort of ability to be able to control other people's mysterious power. I never thought that even my own 6 realms power would be controlled. What kind of ability does this guy possess? No wonder he was so confident in himself. With the pure yang divine power in him and this ability to control other people's mysterious power, even if it were the 9 divine deities against him, they would probably not be able to survive past 30 moves. Chen Xiang kept on looking at Dong Lijun's eyes, wanting to clearly see the other party's divine sense see, but he did not reap any benefits. Do you plan to use only the strength of your fleshly body? Dong Lijun taunted while sneering. This means that you have to give up your sixth divine deity and only use your body to fight me. Do you think you have any chance of winning? The sixth divine deity were fundamental. If one did not use the sixth divine deity nor the power of the divine sense see, then their strength would be greatly restricted, and even if Chen Xiang had the bones, it would be useless. Let me see how long you can last. His palm exploded with waves of terrifying rays of pure yang energy, completely covering the direction of Chen Xiang. Other than running off the stage, Chen Xiang could not dodge at all, and using the six realms power, that level would immediately be frozen, making it even more dangerous. Got it. Chen Xiang's mind flashed. He immediately used a transformation technique and created many mirrors on the surface of his body. Because he only sensed rays of light, they were not very strong. But the light that the pure yang spirit qi turned into was like extremely sharp blades. Just as Chen Xiang had expected, all of the light beams shot back. Dong Lijun was very afraid of this light and immediately circulated his body to absorb it into his body. If not, his body would also be cut off. Chen Xiang took this opportunity to rush forward. When he was using shrinking step, his speed was also extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he was already in front of Dong Lijun and kicked him out. Boo! Oh. Although he did not have the support of the six realms power, his strength was still very frightening. He kicked at Dong Lijun's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time that Dong Lijun was kicked, his palm imbued with pure yang energy, swept towards Chen Xiang's neck. Chen Xiang raised his head and barely dodged it. A streak of blood appeared on his neck, and his head was almost chopped off. After the two exchanged one move, they both sensed that the other side was in extreme danger. They did not dare to use the second move and retreated. So dangerous. Mu Qianxiang almost shouted out just now. Big Bro seems to have his strength restricted. Lung Yulan said, This fellow from the divine nations is not ordinary. With his pure yang divine body, he is definitely highly valued. Even Chen Xiang, who possessed such a terrifying, mysterious power, is controlled. It can be seen how terrifying this Dong Lijun is. He is definitely a top genius among the divine nations. Yue said, Now, let's see if Chen Xiang has a way to break that strange divine ability of the other party. From the kick that Chen Xiang gave him, Dong Lijun was able to deduce that the strength of Chen Xiang's body was much stronger than he imagined. He was also certain that the leg Chen Xiang gave him earlier contained bones, so he understood the terrifying strength of bones very well. Previously, when he was watching from below, he had suspected that Chen Xiang's left and right leg possessed bones. So when he first attacked Chen Xiang's left arm, it was only to test him. So what? Dong Lijun spat out blood in the air, and it looked like nothing had happened. It was true that Chen Xiang's leg did not cause any damage to him, but it was too sudden, and the blood flow in his body was suppressed to his internal organs, which caused him to vomit blood. However, it did not harm him too much. Although Chen Xiang was expressionless, he was secretly pleasantly surprised, because when he had attacked earlier, he had been paying attention to Dong Lijun's eyes. Just as Dong Lijun was about to cut his head off, he suddenly saw a divine soul appearing inside Dong Lijun's divine sense see. Dong Lijun's divine soul was actually hidden within the divine sense see. As for the divine soul that appeared just now, it was releasing its innate ability, wanting to control his six realms power, just in case, but Chen Xiang did not use it, so its ability power was not used on him. Chen Xiang wiped away the blood on his neck. Because it was only a very shallow wound, it could quickly recover. The piece of flesh that was kicked out earlier had already grown out. I can only wait for an opportunity. I have to be more careful next. I've angered this guy. Chunxiang saw that Dong Lijun's expression was already equipped with a lot of equipment. Previously, it was cold and heartless, but now it looked to be filled with a tinge of anger. Just like before, he used the shrinking step to approach Dong Lijun. However, he did not attack, but pretended to attack from the front, and then dodged to Dong Lijun's side. He released a bit of 6 realms power and emitted a bit of qi. When Dong Lijun sensed it, he immediately turned his head and used his strange divine ability to control Qin Xiang's 6 realms power. At the same time, he flew over. This way, he could once again see the opponent's divine soul jumping out of the divine sense. He was confirming that the opponent had to release their divine soul out of the divine sense, in order for them to be able to use their innate ability on him. This way, he could once again see the opponent's divine soul jumping out of the divine sense. He was confirming that the opponent had to release their divine soul out of the divine sense, in order for them to be able to use their innate ability on him. Now, he was sure that after seeing a divine soul jump out from the other party's divine sense, the little bit of 6 realms power he released had been controlled. Chunxiang did not want to attack Dong Lijun immediately, but to probe him out. Therefore, after he succeeded in doing so, he used the shrinking step to distance himself from Dong Lijun. Dong Lijun's prediction was wrong. Chunxiang did not attack him, causing his 2 punches to miss. However, the air shock wave that exploded out still carried along an extremely terrifying power as it wreaked havoc on the stage. After the stage was covered by this power, it was like tofu being slashed by a sharp blade. There were many pieces of broken bones jumping about on the stage, which had a smooth surface. It was just like what devil-killing Heavenly Ji. Oh, Di said, this pure yang spirit power was as sharp as blades. This guy's power is so terrifying. As long as he releases this power, his body will be like a sharp blade, and he won't be able to attack his body at all. Right now, his body is covered in that kind of light. W-A-N-G genes. H.I. Plus said, Chunxiang is unable to use his mysterious power. Otherwise, that Dong fellow would not be his match. Bai Yu said, if Chunxiang had used 6 realms power, his strength would definitely not be weak, and he would not be forced to such a state by the opponent. Even the experts of the devil-killing Heavenly Ji, Di's side were trembling in fear as they watched the battle. If there was no barrier to protect them from the pure yang divine spirit, once they flew out, they would definitely cause a lot of damage. They couldn't guide Chunxiang either, because this was what was required of them under the contract. We can end it this time. Dong Lijun did not want to drag it out either. He already had some fear towards Chunxiang in his heart, since Chunxiang was a powerful enemy to him after all. He could not help but wish to quickly kill him. Chunxiang immediately released the 6 realms power, and at the same time stared at the other party's eyes. This time he was still able to see the other party's divine soul jump out from the divine sense and release a burst of white light. When he saw the opponent's divine soul jump out, his eyes suddenly flashed to the white light, which was extremely weak and not obvious at all. However, in a flash, Dong Lijun suddenly stopped and even cried out in pain, as his divine soul was under attack. The bones in Chunxiang's eyes also possessed special powers. Just now, he had released all of the power of the bones in his eyes to attack the divine soul in Dong Lijun's divine sense. Now, Chunxiang's divine sense that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted into an uproar. The waves surging, the 6 realms power was like a torrent as it rushed towards the 4-flame divine deity inside his divine sense. After the flame divine deity had turned it into a flame power, it flowed into his left arm and right leg that possessed the double bone level. Dong Lijun was unable to suppress Chunxiang's 6 realms power. He knew that he would be in danger, and his divine soul being attacked caused him endless pain. However, he still released a very strong pure yang energy to cover his entire body. Chunxiang's fist did not directly hit his fist. It stopped 5 to 6 inches away from Dong Lijun's face, but it released a strong burst of force, which caused an earth-shaking explosion, and violent fire energy exploded out of his fist like a fiery red spring. Russ. H.I. plussing towards Dong Lijun's face. Dong Lijun's entire head was H.I.T. so hard that it crooked, and all the teeth and bones in his mouth shattered. After the punch, he then kicked Dong Lijun's abdomen, causing the meteor immortal power to explode and create ABL-ODY hole. The layer of pure yang energy protecting Dong Lijun's body had already been scattered by the shockwave. Qin Xiang's fists continued to violently strike at Dong Lijun's head. At this moment, the other party's entire head was in a miserable state. H.E.L. Devil Emperor saw that Dong Lijun was about to be beaten to death and anxiously said, "Qin Xiang, he is the most important person to divine nations." "So what?" Qin Xiang's fist flashed with fire as he condensed some divine deity and bones. It struck Dong Lijun's chest and turned the upper half of his opponent's body into dust. Qin Xiang had almost been killed a few times, so he would definitely not be merciful. Although the other party had not been fully prepared when he got on the stage, it was not his turn now. A pure yang divine body could release such a terrifying pure yang energy, but it was still destroyed by Qin Xiang. Dong Lijun only had half of his body remaining. Without even looking, he walked down the fighting stage. The entire place was in complete silence, even after 3 consecutive rounds. He still looked so energetic, though he had not expended much energy. This showed that Qin Xiang was still hiding an extremely terrifying power, but it had not been revealed yet. "Since you have already lost, go ahead and follow the agreement. Withdraw your troops, and let the 9 heaven world recover its peace," Qin Xiang said. Qin Xiang's strength had already exceeded his expectations, and made him feel that he might not be able to defeat Qin Xiang. What made him incredulous was Qin Xiang only had 6 divine deity. Don't be happy too early. Qin Xiang has killed 2 outstanding people from the divine nations. He is just waiting for the divine nations to come take revenge. Maybe he will drag you guys into it. The H.E.L. Devil Emperor laughed coldly and flew away with his men. Seeing that the H.E.L. Devil Emperor had left, the spectators on the city wall immediately cheered. "Are you all right?" Devil-killing Heavenly G.O.D. hurried over to Qin Xiang's side. Qin Xiang shook his head and smiled, saying, "Another round shouldn't be a problem. That guy just now was really dangerous and almost died in his hands." The penalty, Heavenly G.O.D. said, "That guy should have bones as well, coupled with his pure yang divine body. That's why he's so powerful. Even if I go up against him, I have to be careful. Otherwise, it'll be very easy for him to kill me. There shouldn't be many pure yang divine bodies, right?" Qin Xiang already had a shadow over this kind of power. Luckily, it had already been extinguished by him. There are very few 9 heaven worlds, almost none of them. However, I am not sure about that, but Dong Lijun has used his pure yang energy quite well. He is obviously being guided. I'm afraid he still has more. The devil-killing Heavenly G.O.D. said, "Right now, we still have to be careful and watch out for the divine nations. We hope that the internal affairs of the divine nations and the others are getting more and more chaotic." Qin Xiang clenched his fists tightly and thought, "Divine nations, I need to become stronger before their internal conflict dies down. Otherwise, when facing such huge beings like them, I don't even have the strength to counterattack." How much time was left for him to prepare? He was not sure. He only knew that he had to work hard to cultivate in the future. HELL Devil Emperor had already brought the army and left. At that time, not only did HELL Devil Emperor and Gu Dongchen agree to the contract, the elders who were in charge of the demon army also partaked. Peta aided as well, in order to prevent HELL Devil Emperor from being shameless. HELL Devil Emperor had already brought the army and left. At that time, not only did HELL Devil Emperor and Gu Dongchen agree to the contract, the elders who were in charge of the demon army also partook. 1. P. aided as well in order to prevent L Devil Emperor from being shameless. Chun Xiang returned to the 100 Flowers Pavilion and directly went into his room to rest. Chun Xiang and the others were not surprised at all that he had won 3 rounds. It was because the Chun Xiang they were familiar with was one of them. After this compete, many people who had always thought that they had some power would feel fear in their hearts, because the strength of the divine nations was truly frightening. The people from the 6th divine deity were already so strong, and amongst them, excluding Qin Xiang, no one could defeat Nie Lin. Even Gu Dongqin and the others had a complete understanding of the divine nations' strength. The elite experts of the divine nations were truly terrifying. If they were at the same level, it would be difficult for them to defeat him. Hence, the people who came after the match were all very heavy, especially the disciples of the big powers. If Chun Xiang was not present today, they would have definitely lost. At this moment, everyone had the same thought as Chun Xiang. If the 9 heaven world were to swallow the super D realm in the future, and the internal strife of all the divine nations settle down, they wouldn't have enough strength to do anything, and could only allow themselves to be eaten by the divine nations. Although Chun Xiang did not consume much energy, and wasn't too tired either, he still felt an exhaustion that came from his mind. That was an enormous pressure. To actually kill Nie Lin and Dong Lijun meant that not long later, the strong power from the divine nations would come looking for him, for revenge. If he did not have enough strength to resist, then not only would he be threatened by the life, even the people around him. I want to become stronger. After resting, I'll start my cultivation. Chun Xiang closed his eyes, allowing himself to enter a state of meditation. Chun Xiang had only rested for a short while. He felt that it would only take around 2 hours, but he was suddenly woken up by Yen Xilin. Chun Xiang, something big happened. Xian Xian and the rest were taken away. Once Yen Xilin rushed in, he grabbed Chun Xiang's shoulder and shook it. When Chun Xiang heard that Xue Xianxian had something on his mind, he immediately opened his eyes. Who took him away? Chun Xiang bellowed. He was extremely furious, looking at him. It was as if he was prepared to start a ma. Saker. A few people suddenly appeared in his mind, such as the L Devil Emperor and the Fu Tian school. Divine nations. Yen Xilin said. Sister Qilian and the rest have already caught up. Those fellows are all very strong. They managed to crack the array formation of our hundreds of Flowers Village, directly charged into the manor of Xian Xian and the others, sealed them in a storage magic treasure that can pretend to be human, and then ran away. Do you know what divine nations it is? Chun Xiang told himself to calm down as much as possible. This time, the divine nations didn't cause any harm, but directly grabbed him with a purpose in mind. They directly rushed to the manor Xue Xianxian and the others were in, and took away all their smithing teams. It's the divine Cauldron Nation. Looking at her expression, it was obvious that she did not bring Xue Xianxian and the others back. Her face was filled with guilt, and behind her were Feng Yujie, Long Huishan, and Jiu Hanru. Xue Xianxian was Qin Xiang's wife, a childhood sweetheart. Their relations. I+P was deep, and now that they were captured, LV Qilian, who had promised Qin Xiang many times before to protect Xue Xianxian and the others, felt extremely guilty right now as his head drooped. How did you know it was divine Cauldron Nation? Qin Xiang took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress his emotions. The ones who took them away were several women. When we were chasing them, one of them told me. They are all very strong, and we are not their match at all. However, they did not attack us, but instead told us that if we wanted to save Xian Xian and the others, we should go to the divine Cauldron Nation to look for clues. LV Qilian said, When are you planning to go? I'll go with you. I'll go too. Jiu Hanru said, I have some understanding of the 9G, DS Nation, and my strength is not weak either. No need, you err and I will go now. Given the current situation, hundreds of flowers village cannot miss you too. Qinxiang thought for a while, then said, Qilian, quickly go back and pacify the women in your hundreds of flowers village, so as to not cause them to panic. Moreover, this matter must be kept a secret, and you absolutely must not leak it out. Sister Feng, you need to refine more bone-level Dan, and you also need to refine these bone-level Dan according to the person who eats them. After eating the bone-level Dan, it would be best to control the refining time to be around 6 hours, so that the opportunity to condense bones would appear easily. Qinxiang said, when you refine, you can use the compressed method. It is not exposing the medicine aura, but the quality of the bone-level Dan that has been compressed and adjusted. Feng Yujian nodded his head. I will remember. I will tell Xiang Yue and the others when I get back. When condensing bones, the body must also be strengthened appropriately. Whether or not hundreds of flowers village can be strong in the future will depend on you alchemists. At this time, Qinxiang was extremely serious. The divine nations had already begun to act against them, and their goal was unknown, to the point that they could just casually natch them away. I have the latest news for you. I will think of a way to notify you guys. First, focus on cultivating and increasing your strength. Qinxiang had originally planned to go to the Earth Core to cultivate, but he had to go to divine nations to do so. Xue Xianxian and the others were also a very important group in the hundreds of flowers village. They were mainly responsible for refining and arranging arrays, as well as refining array disks. Previously, Qinxiang relied on the time formations array disk to buy himself a lot of time. Qinxiang left Hundred Flowers Pavilion and headed towards Heavenly Divine Lord to search for Great Divine Lord. Great Divine Lord was still in the simple wooden house. He seemed to be living a very quiet life, and he looked like he had aged a lot. Great Divine Lord remembered that the last time he had met Qinxiang was only a few days, but this time he felt that Qinxiang had become much stronger. I've heard about your 3 battles. Amazing. Great Divine Lord laughed. You aren't here specifically to tell me this, are you? If you have something to say, just say it. What kind of divine nations is he? Qinxiang sighed helplessly. My wife was kidnapped by the Divine Cauldron Nation. Oh. Great Divine Lord frowned. The smile on his face had already disappeared, and his expression became very serious. Are the people who took them away women? Younger 9 girl told you? Qinxiang asked. How did you know, Great Divine Lord? It wasn't Xiao Jiu who told me, I guessed it. The Great Divine Lord said, all the great divine nations are fighting amongst themselves now because they want to fight for the throne. The 9 Divine Lords all have a tacit agreement to leave together. Furthermore, before leaving, they did not appoint anyone to take over the throne, as it was to allow the most capable children to ascend to the throne. The 9 Divine Lords all had countless imperial harem and groups of women, because they had inherited the bloodline of the Divine Lord, and also because they were the royal family of the divine nations. They had a lot of resources. Thus, there were a lot of powerful princes and princesses. The 9 Divine Lords all had countless imperial harem and groups of women, because they had inherited the bloodline of the Divine Lord, and also because they were the royal family of the divine nations. They had a lot of resources. Thus, there were a lot of powerful princes and princesses. Great Divine Lord continued. Back then, before our 9th Heaven's divine nations was annihilated, I already knew about Divine Cauldron Supreme, Lord's secret. This was naturally what my royal father had told us. The reason why it was called Divine Cauldron Nation was because Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord had obtained a very mysterious cauldron. Of course, the cauldron that he showed others to look at is one that he has refined himself. Although it is also very strong, it is still far inferior to the cauldron that he had mysteriously obtained. Back then, my royal father had a secret battle with him. Back then, in the distant starry sky, other than the 2 of them, no one else knew about this matter. During the battle, because my royal father's strength was too strong, He forced Divine Cauldron Supreme, Lord, to use the cauldron he obtained from his secret. And the last? Has Heavenly Divine Lord won? Seeing that Great Divine Lord had stopped, Qinxiang anxiously asked, My royal father lost miserably, but it was difficult for even the nine-furnace Great Emperor to win. So his mysterious cauldron was destroyed by my royal father using his heavenly magic sword. You must know that the heavenly magic sword is my royal father's strongest divine weapon, because when it fought against the divine cauldron, the divine sword was completely destroyed. Back then, it was precisely because of this divine sword that my royal father made the other divine lord apprehensive. Therefore, after the news of his divine sword being destroyed spread out, we, the divine nations of the ninth heaven, had begun to embark on the road of annihilation. Great Divine Lord looked at the sky and sighed. Originally, my royal father and my divine cauldron supreme lord were good friends, but in order to maintain that attitude, they ended up like this. Qinxiang never thought that there would actually be such a story behind the destruction of divine nations of the ninth heaven. Because the cauldron was destroyed, Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord harbored hatred within his heart and told me about the heavenly magic sword being destroyed, right? Qinxiang asked. That's right. The heavenly magic sword was completely destroyed, but that divine cauldron of his was not completely destroyed. My royal father had also promised to repair it, so my royal father traveled everywhere, even went to the Star Law Divine Realm, searched for materials, and then went into closed-door cultivation day and night just to fix that cauldron. But who would have known that the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord would reveal the destruction of the heavenly magic sword for some reason? Great Divine Lord said this with a face full of anger. Great Divine Lord, are you sure that this was leaked from the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord? Qinxiang asked. My royal father said, other than the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord, no one else knows about this matter. They had previously agreed to keep it a secret. Great Divine Lord suddenly took a deep breath. This is not right. What's wrong? Didn't join in to besiege you guys. Qinxiang was going to the Divine Cauldron Nation right now, so he needed to know a few things about there. I did, but he did not attack. You can see that he doesn't really want to destroy our heavenly divine palace. Could it be that there is another story behind this? It's a pity that I don't have the chance to ask any further. 9 divine lords should be searching for the way of immortality. Great Divine Lord looked at Qinxiang. If you have the chance, investigate me thoroughly. Qinxiang nodded. Get down to business. Divine Cauldron Supreme, Lord's cauldron is broken. It has lost its strongest power, and is no different from a piece of trash. But my royal father said before, as long as we repair that small damaged area, the cauldron would recover its original strength. The Great Divine Lord said, could it be that the reason they took Xianxian away was to repair that cauldron? Qinxiang suddenly exclaimed, Shui Xianxian and the others mastered the refining techniques of the Heavenly Divine Lord. Back then, Qinxiang had told Great Divine Lord that his profound Wu clothing had been repaired by his wife. That was why Great Divine Lord had immediately thought of this when Qinxiang mentioned that his wife had been taken away. They came from the Divine Cauldron Nation. They should have told you. So, your wives are in no danger now. Great Divine Lord patted Qinxiang's shoulder. Then, how did you know they were women? Great Divine Lord, Qinxiang asked. Because I know that the young girl who was chosen by Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord's first wife dotes on this little girl. And this little girl also has outstanding abilities. Forget about her power. She also has good relations. I plus PS with other people, if not, just based on the fact that she was doted on by the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord, she would be able to cause many women in the harem to be jealous. Great Divine Lord laughed at himself. Back then, my royal father also had many wives, but in the end, not many could survive. My mother also died in obscurity, while my royal father silently allowed this kind of struggle, and us 9 brothers have always known how to unite. so we were the only ones who could survive to the end. Now that the great Divine Lord was the last prince of the ninth heaven, and he couldn't return to his country, and his brothers had all died, Qinxiang inexplicably felt that he was very pitiful. Divine Cauldron Supreme, Lord's daughter, obtained this cauldron, but she doesn't know where it came from. I had seen her play with it before. At that time, I also didn't know, but it was my royal father who told me later. Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord was probably the last one to tell her, and she found out from who knows where that the reason why your wives took them away was because they received my royal father's inheritance of artifact forging. The great Divine Lord said, "It's very obvious now. She wants to fight for the Divine Cauldron Nation's throne, but her strength is not enough. If she can repair this cauldron, then the Divine Cauldron Nation's throne would be confirmed." Qinxiang said, "Regardless of who it is, all the great divine nations cannot avoid a bloodbath." Great Divine Lord nodded his head. "This is inevitable. The one who inherits the throne, in order for the throne to be stable, must be rid of his potential enemies. Even if these people are very outstanding, they must be cleansed. If you want to survive in the 9 Divine Lord's imperial harem, you have to depend on the prince or royal daughter, or even some of the Divine Lord's wives. Over time, many forces will be formed, and if you go to the back and stand in the wrong line, you will be purged." He understood this kind of thing very well because he had also snuck in like this back then. As the great Divine Lord, the eldest son of the heavenly Divine Lord, he naturally held a very strong force in the imperial harem, and his enemies were often his blood-related brothers and sisters. "Great Divine Lord, what do you know about this daughter of Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord? What kind of person is she?" Qinxiang started to worry about Shui Xianxian again, those who grew up in the harem, which one of them were not vicious and merciless people. This was all honed, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to grow at all. "I'm not sure. When I met her, she was very good at hiding her personality. Furthermore, many years have said in such an environment, so it is not strange that a person's character would undergo such a great change." Great Divine Lord shook his head. The relations H.I plus P between Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord and him was not bad, so it was normal for their children to know each other. Qinxiang felt that the great Divine Lord must know a lot about the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord's daughter. The relations H.I plus P between Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord and him was not bad, so it was normal for their children to know each other. Qinxiang felt that the great Divine Lord must know a lot about the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord's daughter. "I'm going to find her." Qinxiang said, "I want to make sure that my wife is safe. To the divine nations, you will first have to go to the Super G, D realm, and then use the Super G, D realm to head there. The white tiger is probably in Super G, D realm, so I'll just let them help you when the time comes." Great Divine Lord took out a shabby-looking stone and said, "This thing might be useful, so I'm not afraid of your jokes. Back then I tried to pursue her." Qinxiang took the stone, and it seemed as if there was some spirit grain carved on it. He laughed. "Did you not succeed in the end? Is it sad? After all, the reason why I pursued her was only to increase my power. After all, she was also the famous royal daughter of the 10 divine nations back then, and regardless of whether or not she liked it, as a man he wanted to capture an outstanding woman like her. This was equivalent to displaying his own strength." Great Divine Lord laughed sinisterly. Qinxiang could tell that he was an expert in this field with a single glance. "Although she didn't succeed, we still have a bit of friends. H.I plus P. Hopefully she still remembers it." Great Divine Lord sighed. "This is something that happened a long time ago and can only be remembered by me now. She should be much stronger than me now, and he will soon disappear from this world with the Sage of Time." Great Divine Lord, you must find a way to live forever. Don't give up." Qinxiang said, Great Divine Lord smiled calmly. I don't have any lingering feelings for this world anymore. The biggest reason I want to create this heavenly Divine Lord is to remember this memory. Don't you want to return? Chun Xiang's voice was a little loud and his emotions stirred. I do, but time does not spare me. I cannot defeat time. Great Divine Lord sighed. My 8 brothers have placed all their hopes of restoring their country on me, but I am unable to do so. I'll help you. Chun Xiang pressed down on his shoulder and firmly said those 3 words. Although he was not strong at the moment, he felt that he was qualified to say it. I will tell you about this when I save my wife. Chun Xiang stood up. In the process of his growth, he was inextricably linked to both the 9 divine kings and himself. He could not just watch the Great Divine Lord sink into depression like this. Great Divine Lord didn't say anything. He only looked at Chun Xiang with a grateful gaze. He was very clear what kind of heavy pressure Chun Xiang would have to bear if he said those 2 words. Do you want to know why I care so much about this woman? I don't love her, I don't like her, I even hate her. Great Divine Lord looked at the stone in Chun Xiang's hand. This stone was obviously a keepsake from him and the Divine Cauldron Supreme, Lord's daughter. Yes. Great Divine Lord laughed at himself. Because she is a woman that I am unable to take down, I have a deep impression of her. However, I can't remember a single one of the women that threw themselves at me. This is truly ironic. Great Divine Lord. Chun Xiang was interrupted by Great Divine Lord raising his hand. My full name is Jiu Songhai. Even though I don't like this name, it was given to me by my royal father. Even if I don't like it, I can only accept it. Jiu Songhai laughed. You can call me Big Brother Songhai. But if others are here, you can't call me that. Even Feng Yujie and Jiu Hanru didn't know his name, so it could be seen that he really didn't like it much. So he didn't say it. I'll send you to the Super G, D realm. If you stay there for too long, you should be able to see the 9 heaven world annexing the Super G, D realm very quickly. Jiu Songhai channeled his energy and opened a dimensional door. Let's go. You must be careful when you head to the Divine Cauldron Nation, and don't expose the taboo magic on his body. Jiu Songhai said. I got it. Chun Xiang said, I'm going to find Yuer. I'll be more at ease with her by my side. Chun Xiang immediately teleported to the hundreds of Flowers Village, found Yuer, returned here, and stepped into that spatial gate. In the blink of an eye, Chun Xiang had once again arrived at Super G, D realm. Yuer, where is the G, D Beast Mountain? Chun Xiang asked as she looked at Yuer, who was in her arms. Yuer, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly grabbed by him, and before she could even understand what was happening, she was already in Super G, D realm. What happened? Yuer's nose twitched, as if she had already sensed that this was the Super G, D realm. A lot of things have happened. I want to make a trip to the Divine Nations, so I have to go to the G, D Beast Mountain. I need the help of White Tiger and the others to send me over. Just as Chun Xiang finished speaking, a group of Spirit Grain S appeared above him. After they quickly gathered in a large formation, an elder fell. Master! Just as Chun Xiang finished shouting, he realized that he had admitted his wrongs. This was not his master Huang Jintian, but her brother, Huang Yantian. The 2 of them looked very similar to each other. They looked exactly the same, and they also had similar personalities. Uncle! Chun Xiang shouted again. Although he was not Huang Jintian, he was still pleasantly surprised. Why are you here? Isn't it easy to find you, kid? I already know where you are by the count of 1. I did have something to talk to you about, but since you were at 9 Heaven World before, I was too lazy to go over. So the moment you appeared here, I came over immediately. Huang Yantian said, It's definitely not a big matter. Otherwise, you wouldn't be waiting for me. Chun Xiang curled his lips. You must have waited for me for a long time here. As he spoke till here, Chun Xiang finally remembered that the time there was different from here. It shouldn't be long here. It's only for a few days. I was considering whether or not I should go to Nine Heaven World. I didn't expect you to come. Right, what are you doing here? Isn't that a good place to stay? Huang Yantian asked and then touched Yuer. Right now, he already knew that Yuer was related to him. I'm going to the Divine Cauldron Nation. Can you take me there? Senior Master must be stronger than my master, so such a small matter must be really easy for you. Qin Xiang laughed. Bulls. H-I plus T, this kind of thing is as easy as breathing to me. Isn't it just going to a divine nations? How hard it was. That good-for-nothing brother of mine definitely has to go through a lot of trouble to get there. Huang Yantian immediately snorted and said proudly, Okay, to go to Divine Cauldron Nation. It will take about 5 hours. Huang Yantian took out a big basin. It looked like a wooden shed for bathing. It was big enough for a few people to sit in. What is this? It doesn't seem that powerful. Chan Xiang jumped in. Not powerful. This is the Sky Spill Divine Plate. It looks a bit strange, but it's actually very powerful. Huang Yantian said proudly, Settle down, get ready to go. He then activated the divine disc. Once the disc formed an air S-H-I plus ELD. It slowly rose up and then flew up into the sky. As Chan Xiang sat inside the basin-like object, he had the urge to fill it up with water to soak in a bath. As Chan Xiang sat inside the basin-like object, he had the urge to fill it up with water to soak in a bath. Is Divine Cauldron Nation very far from here? With Senior Master's strength, you actually took such a long time to get there. While Chun Xiang was speaking, the surroundings became pitch black, and in the distance there was a huge fireball releasing a strong light. It was the scorching sun, and they were already far away from the ground. A few hours is considered fast. If you go to Divine Cauldron Nation yourself, you might not even make it in a few days. Huang Yantian pointed to a small dot of light in the sky and said, Divine Cauldron Nation is right on top of that huge star. Chun Xiang turned his head to look in the direction he was pointing. He simply did not know that he was talking about that star, because there was such a large, densely packed star over there. Senior Master, do you understand Divine Cauldron Nation? Didn't you go to Heavenly Fire Divine Country before? Qin Xiang asked. Since Huang Yantian knew how to go to the Divine Cauldron Nation, then he must know more about the Divine Cauldron. I've only been there once, and it's no different from Super G. Oh, D-Realm. The only difference is that there are more experts there, and they have a lot of resources. This is better than Super G. Oh, D-Realm. Huang Yantian said, Why are you going to the Divine Cauldron Nation? Huang Yantian did not ask before, but when he saw that Chen Xiang was in a hurry to go to the Divine Cauldron Nation, he took out his powerful Sky Spill Divine Plate. Now he was somewhat curious as well. My wife has been taken away. I'm going to save them. Chen Xiang said with a face full of helplessness and anger. These fellows are casually taking away my wife. I'm not done with them. So serious. Can you tell me the details? Huang Yantian asked. Do you know who took your wife away? There has to be a direction. The Divine Cauldron Nation is so big and has many big and small forces. It's a woman, and should be one of the daughters of the Divine Cauldron Nation's great emperor. I heard that she has quite a decent power and has the chance to fight for the throne of the Divine Cauldron Nation. Qin Xiang said. Oh, Huang Yantian frowned. If that's the case, then it's also a useful clue, but you need to be clear, people like them cannot be easily approached. To be able to fight for the position of emperor, all of them are existences close to the pinnacle. The weakest would be the D-King. Yuer asked, How many divine deity does the Divine King usually have? Huang Yantian thought for a while. At least 70 divine deity. But don't think that the Divine King is already very strong. In the divine nations below the Divine Lord, the Divine King is not the strongest. The Divine Kings are usually sealed within the divine nations. There are a total of 2 types of divine kings. One is related to the divine lord by blood. After reaching a certain level of strength, one can pass the divine lord's personal assessment and obtain the tli, and territory and become the divine king. The other option was to be loyal to a divine nations once one reached a certain level of strength and pass the divine nations' examination to become a divine king. There wasn't much difference between these 2 types of celestial kings. Generally, they were divided into the first, second, and third ranks. Among them, the first-tier divine king is the strongest and has to have at least 90 divine deity. Qin Xiang never thought that Jiu Zonghai, this great divine lord, would be so powerful that he already possessed 90 divine deity. This was because Jiu Zonghai was a person who was close to the peak of 100 divine deity, but even so he was still so depressed and felt that it was impossible to restore his country. Reaching the 90th divine deity is going to be very difficult, and there are many old people who would die at this stage in Star Law Divine Realm. Yue replied, other than that kind of powerful world, wanting to reach the peak of 100G. Oh, DS level is extremely difficult. Huang Yantian nodded. After 9 divine lords leaves, it will be the world to the divine kings within all the divine nations. Don't we still have great national master S? Qin Xiang had heard Jiu Zonghai say before that the ones who had caused the deaths of the 8 divine kings were the great national master S from the divine nations. If the great national master does not partake, 1. P8 in the struggle, the ones to obtain the throne must be the descendants of the divine lord. The great national master does not matter who the divine nations is, they will always be loyal to the divine nations. The great national master is also the last guarantee for the latter, Huang Yantian said. For example, if there are some fellows that want to split a divine nations, then the great national master will make a move, because this is already a threat to the life and death of the divine nations. Yue said, if they can fight for the throne, they must be a first-tier divine king. That's right. Only with this kind of strength will he be able to suppress it. After becoming a divine lord, gather the resources from a country and rush to the peak of the 100G. Oh, DS level. At that time, his position will be even more solid. Huang Yantian said, of course, the greatest benefit is obtaining the thing left behind by the old divine lord. As for what it is, I don't know, in short, making the successor stronger, suppressing the great national master. Qin Xiang never thought that the succession of divine nations would be so complicated, and now, this was the first time these 9 divine nations had experienced such a thing, which coincidentally happened to be the case. As they spoke, they had already said through many small stars. There weren't any resources on them, and the environment was very vile. Those who possessed resources had long since been taken over. The heavenly fire divine country that I went to previously was terrible. They have already started fighting there. A few level 1 divine kings are leading a large group of people into a chaotic battle. It's very bloody. Huang Yantian looked at divine cauldronation. According to the information I gathered from heavenly fire divine country, the situation in divine cauldronation is the best. Senior master, if you go to heavenly fire divine country, you will definitely earn a lot of wealth for the dead. Qin Xiang laughed. Huang Yantian laughed, that's right. Just like Huang Jintian, if a huge battle were to break out there, his figure would appear. Several hours later, Qin Xiang finally saw a gigantic blue star in front of him. Under the intense sunlight, it reflected a beautiful blue light, which was extremely huge. It's just an Earth stage star. In the star law divine realm, this star is everywhere. Yue replied, if I can reach the star realms of heaven stage in the future, I can compete with star law divine realm. Huang Yantian laughed and said, this is a new world. We need to take it slow. 9 heaven world is a very special existence. It is not a star, but a giant floating square continent. When I was in star law divine realm back then, I had never heard of such a spatial composition. Qinxiang asked. Is an Earth-ranked star not good? Are there many in this place? It's the best in this star field. There are 3 levels of stars that can be inhabited. The heaven stage stars S are the highest, then the Earth stage, and the worst are the profound rank stars. However, in this kind of place, profound rank stars are extremely rare. Yuetter surveyed her surroundings. Most of them are those kind of dead stars. When the sky spill divine plate approached the divine cauldron star, one could see that a transparent barrier was covering the entire divine cauldron star. This was definitely to prevent the other stars from colliding with it. When the sky spill divine plate approached the divine cauldron star, one could see that a transparent barrier was covering the entire divine cauldron star. This was definitely to prevent the other stars from colliding with it. Huang Yantian controlled his divine compa, S to fly around the stars for a distance and found an entrance. There was a huge door at the entrance, and at the moment there were many people lining up on their flying treasures to enter the divine cauldron star. These are all from other planets. Most of them are merchants. Huang Yantian said, Strange, to be able to create a barrier that can cover such a huge star. It shouldn't be too difficult to create a transmission array, right? Qinxiang said, It's very difficult. The distance between the stars is different from when you're on the ground. Look at how big this divine cauldron star is. You will need many years to complete a circle if you were to run at full speed on it. So, can you imagine how far away the divine cauldron star is from the other stars? Even if you look at this divine cauldron star from afar, it will only be a small dot. Yu Er said she was a law enforcer from the star law divine realm, and she often traveled between various stars, so she was the most knowledgeable about these things. Huang Yantian smiled and said, The distance between here and the super D realm can be separated by thousands of such huge Earth stage stars S, and this is the smallest estimate, so you can imagine how far it is. Now, Qinxiang finally understood why Huang Yantian said that his sky spill D plate was so powerful. Qinxiang thought about it and confirmed that it was very powerful. Huang Yantian looked at the people in front of him and couldn't help but shake his head, because he still had to wait for a while. He said, When I was in heavenly fire divine country, I heard a legend. Qinxiang had previously heard that the relations HI plus P between the heavenly divine lord and the divine cauldron supreme lord was not bad, so he felt that this legend was very believable. Finally, it was Qinxiang's turn. The guard took a look at the sky-spilled divine plate and said, 300,000 Shin, yuan stone. Why, 300,000. There's only 2 of us. Huang Yantian immediately said in dissatisfaction, This cat counts. Are you going to give it to me? If you don't hurry up and get out, there's still a lot of people waiting in line behind us. The big guy said impatiently. Although Huang Yantian was very unhappy, he still took out 300,000 Shin yuan stone and gave it to the other party. As long as there are Shin yuan stone S, there won't be any hindrances in entering these divine nations. Yuer tenderly snorted. Isn't it just an Earth stage star? The price is so expensive. If it was in star law divine realm, I wouldn't even be bothered to go. Forget it. Isn't it just a little Shan yuan stone? Huang Yantian caressed Yuer, chuckling. Senior Master, you're so much more generous than Master. That guy is always calculating. Qinxiang said he did not think that Huang Yantian was actually not as stingy as him. Huang Yantian laughed proudly. That guy is still the same. I wonder how he is now. Landing on the ground, Huang Yantian brought Qinxiang to the nearest city. After entering the city gates, he paid the 20,000 Shan yuan stone, and then walked towards the transmission array. To the divine tripod imperial city, the transfer fee for the 2 of you to enter the city would total to 400,000, and this cat would cost 100,000, a total of 500,000. The old man looked at Yuer, who was in Qinxiang's embrace, and shouted. Huang Yantian took out 500,000 Shan yuan stone. and only after handing them over to the old man was he allowed to step into the transmission array. Qin Xiang never thought that Shenyuan stone would be exhausted so quickly in this kind of place. They had only just arrived, and Huang Yantian had already used 800,000. Huang Yantian seemed to be already used to it, so he didn't complain about it. However, Yuer was very unhappy as she saw it, this kind of sea. A PPY place basically did not require any fees. When the transmission array opened, in the blink of an eye, Chen Xiang and the others had already arrived at the 9-tripod imperial city. After arriving at the place, Qin Xiang finally understood how peaceful it was and that the other divine nations had all gotten into an uproar. That was why all the merchants of the other divine nations had come here, because it was now peaceful in the divine Cauldron Nation. However, an extremely tense atmosphere enveloped the entire divine tripod city. Everyone here was very clear that battles were unavoidable. They only hoped that when fighting for the throne, it wouldn't bring about too much of a disaster. Qin Xiang came here to save others, so he did not have the time to wander around. Kid, can you do it by yourself? If it's possible, I won't accompany you any longer. After you're done with this matter, come find me again. I have some things to tell you. Huang Yantian Pa S, said Qin Xiang, a piece of communication jade symbol paper. Yes, Marshal Uncle. I'm very grateful that you brought me here. You have your own matters to attend to, so go and busy yourself first. Qin Xiang said. Huang Yantian patted Chen Xiang's shoulder, then stepped into the transmission array and left. He was still in the divine cauldron star. Looks like he had other things to do here. As Chen Xiang walked out of the transmitting square, he looked at the bustling streets and couldn't help but sigh. This place was indeed stronger than the Super G, D Realm, and the 9 Heaven World. He swept his eyes across the entrance of the transmitting square and found a few youths. These youths were usually there as guides to guide the people who had just arrived and provide them with some information about the divine tripod imperial city. Just then, a skinny boy noticed him, and Qin Xiang immediately waved at him. Just as that skinny boy was about to run over, a few youths near him ran over like a swarm of bees, running in front of him. Seeing that his business had been NATC, head away, the skinny boy could only hang his head in disappointment and return to his original spot. Qin Xiang did not pay attention to the group of youths who came first, but instead walked towards the skinny and weak youth. He could tell that even though this youth looked small and skinny, he was still extremely quick-witted. Otherwise, he would not have discovered that he needed a guide the first thing. How much will it cost? Qin Xiang asked after walking over. Seeing Chen Xiang walking over, and even asking for the price, the skinny young man immediately stood up and spoke with strength. 10 Shenyuan stone, a day, 90 in 10 days. Okay, deal. Qin Xiang smiled at him slightly. I am Dong. How many days do you need me to take for? The teenager politely smiled back. When the other teenagers saw this, they immediately ran over. One of them was a bit stronger and dressed well, and one of them said, Dong, what are you doing here? You don't know anything about divine tripod imperial city. Get lost quickly, don't embarrass. S yourself here. The fee is so low, at least 100 Shenyuan stone a day. Do you want others to think that the guides of our divine tripod city are all cheap? This youth scolded at Dong, and just as he was about to slap Dong, Dong dodged immediately. His reaction was extremely fast. Chen Xiang moved very quickly, grabbing onto the youth's wrist, and said with a cold face, Don't go too far. What if I want Dong to be my guide? I give him 1,000 Shenyuan stone a day. What can you do about it? The young man was grabbed by Qin Xiang very painfully. His face was flushed red, and he was also in shock, but he shouted instead, You, a foreigner, don't know our rules? Attacking in front of the street is courting death. The young man was grabbed by Qin Xiang very painfully. His face was flushed red, and he was also in shock, but he shouted instead, You, a foreigner, don't know our rules? Attacking in front of the street is courting death. Big brother, let him go. Dong anxiously pulled on Qin Xiang's clothes. He He is Murong Tian's man. It would be bad if Murong Tian did not find him. When Chun Xiang let go of the youth, he had even strongly pushed him, causing him to fall on his bee. You, T. The youth instantly cried, his face full of hatred, and even clamored for someone to take care of Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang hated people who relied on others the most. Ah Dong, take me to this pill shop to take a look. Chun Xiang said, then handed over a storage bag with 3,000 Xinyuan stone inside. When Ah Dong saw it, he was so shocked that he couldn't move anymore. He never thought that Chun Xiang would really give him this many Xinyuan stone. Brother, didn't you overdo it? I only accept 10 Xinyuan stone for 1 day. Ah Dong said, How many days did you give them to me? 3 days. Chun Xiang smiled at him, then patted his head. Hurry up and go. I'll give as much as I can previously. You better not refuse me. This is equivalent to forcing me to lie. I will be angry. Ah Dong was extremely moved. When he saw Yuera, who stuck her head out from Chun Xiang's backpack, he couldn't help but reach out to touch her. Thank you, big brother. You are really a good person. This little kitten is so cute and beautiful. I have never seen such a pretty little kitten. Yuera was extremely happy to be praised. She mewed a few times, then returned to her backpack. Ah Dong brought Chun Xiang and headed towards the medicine store. He knew that Chun Xiang was definitely very powerful and of high status, but he never thought that this kind of person would actually be so approachable, unlike those famous aristocrats he had encountered. Ah Dong, what's the situation in the Divine Cauldron Imperial City? Chun Xiang asked. He had originally only been asking casually, and didn't really expect this kind of youth to tell him anything useful. However, Ah Dong's following words caused him to be slightly shocked. Not bad. The dozen or so first-tier divine kings in the Divine Cauldron Nation have all made a preliminary agreement. They are going to find the smallest way to determine the owners. HI plus P of the throne. At that time, there will be no BLOODY purges, and no cruel battle for the throne will erupt before the BLOODY purges. Ah Dong said. Is that true? Chun Xiang asked. If that was really the case, then after the decision to become the emperor of the Divine Cauldron Nation was made, the power that the Divine Cauldron Nation retained would be the strongest. It's true this is something released by the General Director of Imperial Nine Palace. It must be true. Ah Dong said. Don't underestimate me. I'm very well informed. Ah Dong looked at Chun Xiang's bag and asked softly, Big brother, that kitten is very special and very powerful. I can feel it, but to be honest, I have a special ability that allows me to communicate with all kinds of small animals, so I can get the latest news from these small animals. Because Big brother is a good person, that's why I told you. Chun Xiang suddenly felt that his 3,000 Xinyuan stone were not for nothing. Ah Dong's abilities were indeed very strong, because when he was walking on the road, he already saw many little birds and monkeys scattered all over the place. These small animals were not expelled, and that whatever Imperial Nine Palace must have some of these little animals. What kind of place is the Imperial Nine Palace? Chun Xiang asked. It's precisely the Imperial Palace. There's a total of 9 great palaces, and the Imperial Nine Palace's General Director is a 3rd-rank Divine King. The words he says are definitely true. Ah Dong said, and all the first-tier Divine Kings who had the power to fight for the throne are within the Imperial Nine Palace. Originally, there were 15, but for some reason, more than half of them retreated. Chun Xiang nodded. Did those retreating Divine Kings secretly support the other Divine Kings? Ah Dong shook his head. No, the reason they left was to prevent their own people from getting settled. When they withdrew, they all said that they would be loyal to the new Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord. Suddenly, Chun Xiang felt that this Divine Cauldron Nation was different from the others. The other Divine Nations had started to fighting to the death with each other, but this Divine Cauldron Nation was able to sit down and talk about who should hold the throne. He felt that this might be related to the influence of the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord. The divine cauldron supreme lord had many secrets, and it was still a mystery whether or not he had told everyone the secrets of the heavenly divine lord. Amongst these 7 first-tier D-kings, are there any G-des kings? Qin Xiang asked. Yes, this G-des king is amazing. Big brother, you must have heard of her, right? Her name has shocked the entire 9 G-des nation. And after so many years this time, many people think that she might very well become a female divine lord. Adong said, "This. I came out of the mountains. I've never heard of it." Qin Xiang smiled awkwardly. "Can you tell me how powerful this G-des king is?" "Her name is Xiao Yulan. She has a very powerful heavenly jade divine cauldron. So her divine king Tli is also called Jade Cauldron Divine King. Although she has a very powerful divine cauldron, her divine cauldron isn't for refining nor refining pills. It's for killing people." Adong said, what she did shock the most was during the combat. One tie-in between divine nations and divine nations as princes and daughters. Because she was taken advantage of by the other party, she became so angry that she directly blasted the other party to death. The person who was killed was a first-tier celestial king, and one that was extremely famous. He was a heavyweight of a major power. Although the divine lordess of the 2 great divine nations knew about this matter, they would not interfere in matters concerning the younger generation. After that, Xiao Yulan had a conflict with the divine king's power, and he destroyed all of them by himself. Yes, that divine nations is called Divine Nations Jiang. How powerful! This meant that she had a great advantage while fighting for the position of emperor. But why did she need to capture Xue Xianxian and the others to repair that damaged cauldron? Qin Xiang thought about it carefully, and he couldn't help but be shocked. He felt that there was only one possibility, and that was that Xiao Yulan wanted to borrow the cauldron left by the divine cauldron supreme lord to fight against the other divine nations S. The other divine nations S were currently in a state of chaos. Even if a new divine lord was created, one of them would be severely injured, and the one who was more difficult to deal with would be the other party's great national master. However, if she was able to repair that cauldron and increase Xiao Yulan's power, it was not impossible for her to eliminate the other divine nations S. What a scary woman! Qin Xiang felt that he could guess correctly. Adong brought Qin Xiang to a pill shop that had a smaller shop. The decorations of the shop were very normal, but very lively. Qin Xiang went in to take a look and found out the reason why the shop was bustling, because the pills that were sold here were all of a lower quality, but the price was very cheap and were welcomed by some of the poorer people. Adong brought Qin Xiang to a pill shop that had a smaller shop. The decorations of the shop were very normal, but very lively. Qin Xiang went in to take a look and found out the reason why the shop was bustling, because the pills that were sold here were all of a lower quality, but the price was very cheap and were welcomed by some of the poorer people. Qin Xiang judged from the pills being sold here that divine pills were relatively expensive even in the 9G-DS nation, especially those with good quality. As for the high-quality divine pills, even if the shop didn't have them, he couldn't refer to them. Dong, is there any way to enter the Imperial 9 Palace? I want to meet that Xiao Yulan. After Qin Xiang walked out of the shop, he said to Adong in a low voice. Adong was slightly shocked as he shook his head. It's very difficult to find a divine king like him would only show up once or twice. Many powerful Supreme DS would find it hard to even meet this sort of king, much less us. Unless a divine king-level expert introduces her, it is impossible to see her. As Adong was speaking, he saw a few youths bringing a large group of people as they aggressively walked forward. These youths were the ones that were bullying Adong earlier, and one of them had even been forcefully grabbed by Qin Xiang by the arm. It's Morong Tian, Adong said as he pulled Qin Xiang along. Big brother, let's quickly run. Morong Tian is not someone to be trifled with. With his 9 divine deity, all he is missing is a supreme D pellet to condense the 10th divine deity and step into the realm of the supreme G. Oh, D, we didn't do anything shameful. Why do we have to run? They are bullying people, yet they are still looking for a backer. This is completely unreasonable, so there is no need for us to be afraid of them. Chun Xiang looked at Morong Tian. This Morong Tian was a youth. He had a white and delicate pointy face. The clothes he was wearing all looked to be very good materials. It was the more expensive type. I could tell that he was relatively rich. That's him. The youth whom Qin Xiang had caught pointed at Qin Xiang from afar and loudly shouted, "Boss Morong, this guy is extremely arrogant and does not place you in his eyes at all." Qin Xiang wore a very simple set of black clothes. His skin was a little black and he looked tall and wide. Even though his face was extremely handsome, in Morong Tian's eyes, he was far less handsome than himself. "Ah Dong, I heard that you broke the rules again, so your asking price is lower than ours. Is my skin itchy? Come over here and let me teach you a lesson, so that you can remember better." Morong Tian walked over quickly and said fiercely to Ah Dong. Ah Dong clenched his teeth and was about to walk over, but Chun Xiang suddenly stopped him on his shoulder, and after being pressed down, he was unable to move. He wanted to walk over, but was unable to do so. "Big brother, let me—" "Ah Dong, I remember you have a grandmother who is about to enter the coffin," a youth said with a sneer. "Do you want her to die faster?" Chun Xiang frowned, anger rising. These people actually threatened Ah Dong. Ah Dong was weak to begin with, and he could not HOA other youths. In addition, if he wanted to earn Xin Yuan Stone S, he would have to be a lot lower than others. But Morong Tian did not allow his price to be lower than these youths. "Big brother, my grandmother is my only family, so just let me go, and I will return the Shen Yuan Stone to you," Ah Dong said as he clenched his teeth. He knew that Chen Xiang was a good person, but he didn't want Chen Xiang to offend Morong Tian for him. After all, Chen Xiang had just arrived at this unfamiliar place. Provoking the evil bullies here would only harm him for the future. Chun Xiang still pressed him down and did not let him walk over. She coldly swept a few of the youths with her gaze and then looked at Morong Tian. "How did Ah Dong provoke you guys? Why did you bully him like that? If you are human, you should help him, not bully him like this. When Ah Dong works in my territory, if he broke the rules, he would be punished. It's none of your business." Although Morong Tian saw the ice-cold expression on his face, he wasn't afraid at all. This was because he felt that he had some face here, and furthermore, he had brought a few people with him. "Get Ah Dong to come over and beat us up, or you will be beaten to a pulp," a young man shouted. It was obvious that they often bullied people and were already used to being domineering. Chen Xiang coldly snorted and used the power of SPAC. He teleported the speaking youth right in front of him and then sent him flying with a slap to the face. Chun Xiang's body struck the other youths and knocked them all down. "I never talk nonsense when I want to hit people, especially people like you who want to hit me." Chun Xiang's voice carried a tone filled with anger. The teenager who was slapped by him did not faint, but his entire face was ruined. He covered his face and screamed in pain. You hate my people, you're courting death." Morong Tian felt that his dignity had been tamed, and he actually dared to hit his subordinates in front of him. Just a moment ago, they saw that Chan Xiang had revealed a move and felt that Qin Xiang's skills were not bad, and the people who had been around often also had a better understanding of Morong Tian. They were very curious who exactly was so reckless and dared to provoke Morong Tian. Just as Morong Tian took a step forward, his vision suddenly darkened, and he appeared in front of Qin Xiang. He was very clear that Chen Xiang was using spatial energy, but he did not expect that he would actually be so easily controlled by someone else. It could be said that the other party had quite the strength, and he originally thought that the youth was too weak. So he was taken over by Chen Xiang, but he did not expect him to be like this. Morong Tian also possessed quite a good consciousness. He discovered that when he was in front of Chen Xiang, He had immediately activated the powerful, mysterious power in his body. Just as he was about to strike out with his palm, he discovered that his body was surrounded by a few water dragons and could not move. You like to bully people, don't you? Today I will bully you. When Qin Xiang was speaking, he had already slapped him over 10 times. The pa-pa-pa sounds are clearly heard by everyone on the street, and every slap was enough for blood to fly out of Murong Tian's mouth. Dong was completely dumbstruck. He did not think that Qin Xiang would actually make a move, and a very heavy one at that. He had already reached the point where there was no room for mediation. After Murong Tian had slapped him more than 10 times, although his heart was filled with rage, he could not retaliate. Get the HELL out of my way. Qin Xiang fiercely stomped his foot on Murong Tian's abdomen and leaped towards the group of people brought along. When those people caught Murong Tian, they all felt a strong burst of force and almost fell to the ground. Dong, quickly bring me to see your grandmother. Qin Xiang said to Dong to prevent them from taking revenge on Dong.